Hi, my dog named Bo. You haven't talked with who? Tell us. Tell us who you mean. I'm makeup free, basically. Look at this. It was so hot today. True Crime Wifey is going to be joining me in a minute. Oh, there she is. Add to stage. True Crime Wifey.
Hey, Patty, how are you?
Good. How are you? I
I'm
feel
doing all right.
better now that Susan says I was watching my fiasco show from earlier. She didn't call it a fiasco. I am. But do you like the name of this? 99 LuftBalloons, because I think it's a trial balloon.
Oh, I love that song.
You remember
99
it?
just love
Get it out of your
balloons.
head now.
Yes.
I needed
Hey,
something to get out of. Oh man, Belgium's up 2-1. Shut up. To get pump up the jam, which has been in my head for like 3 days. So
yeah.
99 LuftBalloons is gonna have to take. If you know your age, if you know that song.
I was singing Pump Up the Jam last night. The part like that goes, "Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day."
Stop it! Oh my god, do you really have to do
I
that
don't,
now? Now
one
that
of my Sorry, no, one of my good friends in college was German, so she knew 99 Luft balloons in English and in the German version. Because you know that song's German.
yes.
Okay.
And I just had to Google to make sure that it wasn't Luft balloons. It's actually all one word. I don't like having this in my I don't like seeing my five head. Do you know what a five head is?
Yes.
Okay. So Belgium just took the lead again. Ugh,
Oh,
it's rough. You look
yikes.
so much cooler now than you did today. I know, but see, my car is so loud. It's so loud. I couldn't be in the car and have it on. So it is what it is. I had been out doing an appraisal in Perry County. And why is it? I'm going to rant on real estate for a minute. You're getting a loan for repairs. And in that appraisal order, it tells you and your loan, do not do the work in advance. What do I go? I drive an hour and 15 minutes. What have they done? The work. They started the work. Stop. If it says don't do demolition yet and repair work, don't do it. Let the appraiser go in. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. So now I got to go back. If they approve it, they may not even give them a loan. Why people can't listen to their lenders. You are not in charge. If you're asking for a big bag of cash from a mortgage company, they are in charge. Give it a minute. Drives me crazy. Crazy. What a waste. Mm. The lender is in charge when you want their money. You are not. Tell the bank what you're about to do because it could all be for nothing. I can't even talk to you because you speak
Well,
Portuguese. The lady speaks Portuguese, so you can't even talk to me. It's all through Google Translate.
well, I bet you it was a nice drive down there.
Oh
Did you
no,
take
it's
I-10 or
flat.
27?
I take 19.
Okay, okay. Well, I mean, I call it 27 because it turns into
It turns
19.
into 27, but I take 19. It's down the street from my house, just like 37 miles, whatever it is. But it's hot, and I was afraid to get a tick. You know, the lot was overgrown, and so we'll see. But anyway, that's my advice to you as a property appraiser and as a real estate agent. Listen to your lender. If the lender tells you don't go buy anything, you don't go buy anything. You don't go buy a washer and dryer and put it on a credit card and expect to get your loan. You're not getting your loan. Can I tell you? I remember back in the day, 2004, like it was yesterday, a doctor went and bought, he owned a lot. It was in Buckhead. Do you know where Buckhead is? True Crime Wifey. Right off of
Bu-
Centerville. He goes and it's
Yes.
Buckhead's neighborhood, really nice. And he owned the land and he was going to do a construction build. So you have to own the land and then 20% equity. So you have to have a lot of cash to be able to do this. What did the guy do? He didn't buy just one Mercedes, he bought two. That's who owned the land for a while and couldn't build the house because he couldn't wait. You just could not wait. So that is my advice. Listen to your lender and stop buying crap that you're not supposed to buy and expect to get the loan. They're going to know about it right away. They're going to pull your credit before and then right before you close. Drives me apoplectic. Someone liked my word. So apoplectic means beside yourself.
So today's been drama, drama, drama.
Well, it wasn't really drama for me. It'll be drama for them if they can't get the loan and they put their whatever cash they had into the house before they got the loan. I'm getting paid either way. I just feel bad for people who don't listen to well, I shouldn't even feel bad for them because they're adults who don't listen to the lender. Listen to the lender. No notification, Jules, because there was no notification. There was no plan in this. We just talked about it. And so I called True Crime Wifey after I got off the phone and went into my meeting. I don't think Georgia has the power. She does not. The prosecution has to go to a judge. So Georgia goes to the state attorney. The state attorney presents it to a judge. A judge makes a decision. In this case, it would be Everett. It would be Everett. Because Hank Hankinson is passed and Cooper is not a part of it. So it would be Judge Everett or the chief judge.
Which is Frank Allman.
Yeah, and he's the one handling, if you live here locally or you've listened to me rant about that, the Missy Mogul murder. Because Judge Tiffany Baker, who let the pedophile out into the home with a 5-year-old to starve and beat her, finally recused herself. Took forever. And in fact, what she did was so horrific that the legislature of the state of Florida now has a bill called the Missy Mogul bill, which doesn't give the judges the leeway to let a pedophile back into a home with a 5-year-old. Yeah. So now the chief judge is taking that case. I didn't go to that hearing last week, but I was gonna.
Yeah, and there was more younger children in that home as well.
I don't know anything about it.
Little ones.
Yeah, there was a baby. But most of the time in Missy's case, she was raised by her Chloe's mother, with the grandmother.
Yeah, the lady that was in Wakulla.
Mm-hmm. She had custody of her most of the time. But in Florida, and I know, true crime, that the whole thing is to bring the family back together. Now the family be going to a graveyard. Because nobody has the balls to stop this bullshit. Nobody has the balls to stop it. Hey, Harriet, how are you? How's it going?
Well, sometimes in cases like that, if there is a Department of Children and Families investigation, there'll be like some sort of safety plan put in place. And sometimes it's promissory, but also there's outlets where a grandma can go and get, temporary custody through dependency court or family court for the custody of the child. And then when the DCF case closes, then the caregiver, the guardian, still has custody. But sometimes those steps don't go all the way through.
Why
Maybe
not?
Sometimes, well, I have all kinds of
It should be DCF needs to be torn down. They're worried about the Department of Education. They need to worry about that. They need to tear it down. It's just awful. Just absolutely awful.
Yeah, it was commonplace for investigations to close out with no furthering services. And then
I don't want to talk about it. I really will.
Yeah, no, I know. I can't handle child cases. You know that.
Mm-mm.
I don't deal with that anymore.
Hi, Debbie. Hi, S Free. Hi, my dog named Bo.
Hi, Susan Hicks. I saw Susan.
Debbie says, so I think the timing with Ruth disclosing the Lewis letter and the Katie news, something's coming down for sure. I think so too. But I do think we won't know until we know. It's no different than my contact at the courthouse told me that they were afraid of a JOA. which is a judgment of acquittal.
Eek.
And my person's really high up in the court system. Um, they were afraid of a judgment of acquittal. So if they can get, I personally, this is only my personal opinion. Read the scroll. I'm not an attorney or a judge, but they shouldn't give her one breath of their time unless she fesses up. Who she talked to, Katie knew Dan was killed or shot, not dead yet, brain dead. She knew it, right? When Sigfredo called that, until we know who told her, nothing should happen. Nothing. Who told you that Dan had
Yeah,
been shot?
yeah.
Who?
She's gonna have to come out with some like solid information
Yeah.
to get a vacate or whatever's being talked about. I don't really know what's going on. I don't like the rumor stuff.
I mean, but I think a lot of it, if it is the trial balloon, it gets the YouTubers to talk. It keeps the pressure on Thick Wendy. It keeps her cellulite scrolling up her leg. It keeps all of that. It makes her life very difficult. If when this dies down, you keep it up, right? That's what you do. Ruth comes out, and I'm sorry. I love Monica Jordan. There's no doubt. I am definitely admire. But that woman received a letter after her son was murdered. She can do with it whatever she wanted. It's none of Monica's
Yeah.
business. And I mean that with all
Mhm.
due respect. And I have great respect for the woman, but it's none of her business. And she could put it on a billboard if she wants to.
Well,
None of your business. Her son was killed, and they're celebrating or honoring his birth or his death today.
yeah.
It's on the Jewish calendar, right? Today.
Hmm.
So no, she can do whatever she wants. Nobody's gonna tell Ruth Markel she can't process information the way she wants. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, and I don't know what I didn't watch STS, but if and I don't want to misquote her, but if Monica said or Ms. Jordan said something to the effect of "I got close to Lewis," why? You know that I find that hard to believe that she got close to that. So we'll see.
Well, STS put up the 25-minute Ruth Markel interview again this evening.
Mm,
And so I rewatched it, and I don't know, I'm wondering if, okay, so Ruth talks about getting someone getting in touch with her who is a girlfriend of Luis's. So I'm
mhm.
assuming it's not Jessica because I think that he refers to her as his wife. So I don't know if some of the information that was being given to Monica was, I don't know, getting in a crawl. I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe it bypassed her. I don't know. But it
Maybe,
doesn't
yeah, maybe.
matter. It doesn't matter what information it is. Whoever gets it, and if anybody, and this is any victim's family, how they want to disseminate their whatever. Like that's like, I
Oh,
mean, I love Sherry Ballard, who is the mother of Crystal Rogers. I just love her strength too, just like Ruth Markel. If she wants to sue the hell out of Brooks Halk and sue for wrongful death and do whatever she wants, whether it was on the vice of the prosecution or not, so be it. Who are you? Who are we? We didn't
yeah,
suffer through that.
I agree. I agree. I mean, Ruth can do whatever she wants with the letter. The letter was dated the late September of 2025. So right after
Say that
Donna's
again. Can
conviction.
you tell me that again?
The letter was dated late September of 2025, so a couple of weeks after
Oh,
Donna's
right.
conviction. And it was addressed, I believe, to Judge Everett as well.
Well, yeah, you got to go through the court system.
Right.
It's not like he has Ruth Markel's address. He didn't get her business card. Like I have. Apparently, Lewis went from illiterate to literate. I mean, he got his GED, so he's
Yeah.
probably doesn't speak fluent English. I mean, what he wrote looked pretty broken. I mean, I read the transcription. I didn't watch it because I didn't want to violate their show. You know what I mean? But Monica was a bit cranky, maybe not feeling well. She's, I'm sorry. I don't want to comment on her looks any more than I have, but I was shocked by her face.
Yeah, I
Ruth
don't
was
know
on
her.
STS again tonight. She's really upbeat. I mean, that's all you can hope for. That's all you can hope for is she gets exactly what she wants. She gets the boys, she gets Wendy in prison, and she gets apology letters from the other felons. It's like the trifecta if she gets it. Mm. Tim has said, Nancy says, I don't think I could believe anything she says. I don't know what that. Kate, oh,
Katie.
for Katie.
Katie.
Debbie
Yeah.
Gibby. Katie has to come with the goods, proof, and still serve more time, another 10 years, maybe 15.
Yeah. I would say at least 10 to 15 more.
Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't know. I honestly don't know. I remember Monica Jordan saying she didn't see how a deal could be made. Oh, absolutely. If you watch what's her face? Georgia Kappelman at the end of Charlie's thing, one of the reporters asked her right at the end of the conviction, and we're all around the rotunda. And someone asked her about it, and she said that's up to the state attorney. So it goes from her, recommendation team, blah, blah, blah. And then it goes before a judge. And the judge decides. Mhm. I
Yeah,
don't
and
think
I'm
it's
only
clemency or pardon or even the word, I don't even like the word vacate.
right.
I think that it needs to be new terms, maybe like you're going to serve 15 years, you get 5 more years, and then a lifetime of probation, which would be miserable for anybody. So,
Yeah, and I don't think that anything should happen unless a particular person, or an unindicted co-conspirator has been arrested and
right.
she's about to go to trial, maybe even after the trial.
Yeah, it would have to be after because
Yeah.
if they let her out, they have no leverage. So that's can't happen until blah. So hi Kathy, how are you? Hey Debbie. Hi Armand.
She'll be in the wind.
I mean, it can't be. Yeah, you have to have something deal to get out, man. It is
Yeah.
hot, Nancy. It's very, very hot. It's hot in my office right now.
Yeah, I only think that Katie should be offered anything if she produces the goods and they go after the unindicted co-conspirator.
Mentor
So,
lawyer explained if Georgia gets it vacated, she cannot do it. If she gets it vacated by a judge, Katie, she can then change the charge, which is true. They could reduce the charge. They can do whatever they want as long as the judge does it. You can do whatever you want. I'm sorry. I mean, you just can't. I mean, look at the freaking Menendez brothers.
yeah.
I mean, that was the same idea. We have new evidence. Some cousin had a letter from 25 years ago, let the boys out. They present it. The judge said no. It doesn't mean that couldn't have happened. We were all scared it would happen. Right?
Yeah, that
Well,
case was wild.
it is confusing, but it goes from the team, it's not just Georgia. So it's the team. State attorney has to sign off. And I'm telling you, I live here. True crime wifey lives here. If I find out that they let that woman out, I will get my daily to make Jack Campbell's life as difficult as I can in the media. I will make it my daily if that woman is not arrested and they just let her out. I just can't even imagine he'd be that dumb. Even he, even he has political issues if he does that. 100%.
Yeah, I don't think that that's what's being talked about. No.
Hi, Cinnamon. Yeah, I mean, but that's the implication, right? The implication was we're just going to let her out. No, if,
So,
it's a Zoom with a bunch of attorneys. Other attorneys were on it. Somebody was told, probably, told, let's float this, see what happens, see if Charlie moves, see, no different than the bump is how I take it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is a tactic to stir up people like a bump, like another
Like the
bump.
bump. That's
Yeah.
what I took it as. And I think the same thing, Debbie Gibby. Georgia gets on the phone, goes psych to Stephen Webster. Wendy's going to be arrested. I think it's the same thing. She knew full well and good. He asked permission. She knew full well and good he was going to take it to surviving the survivor. She knew. All of this is to get
Yeah.
someone, you can't do a bump again, right? Is to get someone to move. Who's moving first?
Well, and I wonder where did the Zoom part come in? Because they said in a room. So I don't know what I mean. Where else has Georgia spoken to a room full of attorneys since March? Because I am
I don't
aware
know.
of
I
the
have no
March
idea. We
3rd
weren't
of
invited,
22.
dear. We
Right.
weren't
I know.
invited.
I'm not an attorney either. So I don't know.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT because someone's saying it's very similar rules. Get a whatever conviction vacated because I mean, it seems to me like it's like my show, The Agency, that I was watching. It's like something the FBI would do, get somebody out of the country to go like be a pawn in a Russian thing. Like, there it works. They further assisted the
Yeah, I'm
prosecution.
wondering what Katie has to offer.
She has a
Because
ton to offer. Have you watched her proffers?
well,
Have
I
you
know,
watched?
but well, you and I disagree on this, but I think that she is a burnout.
I don't think she's a burnout. I think she's manipulative and dumb and tried to play dumb. I spent one day trying to break down all the ums and the ahs out of
I
her
remember.
proffer. I
I
honestly
remember.
think she is far guiltier than Charlie, far guiltier. I think she took his words and said, "Oh, I want a HIT." That's what I think. Far guiltier than she implies. She is constantly trying to remove herself when she knows she was on the phone and knew what was going on when Fredo called her. She's far guiltier. Far, far, far guiltier. Mm-mm. Nope. Watch that proffer. She is a wreck and she is guilty and she knows it, which is why she really couldn't take the plea. She really couldn't take it. Because if you take the plea, you got to confess. And she's never confessed. She's never said, "How did I learn Dan was shot?" Has she ever said it? No. No. Because if she does that, her kids go without food. She wouldn't have a paid for attorney. That is the one question she has not answered. How did you learn? It's
Well, and
really
also what happened at the beach on Father's Day after Yendra left?
mm-hmm.
It's another big question.
Yep. Why are you shoulder to shoulder with a woman you didn't know? Because I love you, true crime wifey, but I'm not laying next to you on a beach. It's just not
Sticking
happening.
sticky
Shoulder to
shoulders
shoulder in the
touching.
sand, never happening. Never happening. With a chicken sandwich between us. No.
Sangrias.
Here's what chat says. Sangrias, yeah. I'm not drinking a sweet drink in the sun anyway. The defendant files a motion alleging no, post conviction under. No, I think he's still doing this. Different scenario. If the convict comes to the state and has additional info, how would the state get their conviction vacated? ChatGPT was still on ineffective counsel. Before sentencing, after sentencing, but within applicable timeline, a trial court may reduce or modify a sentence within a limited period. After sentence, this reduces the sentence. It does not vacate. Substantial assistance in some contexts, particularly drug trafficking. Statutes authorize sentence reduction when a defendant provides substantial assistance to law enforcement. Executive clemency, which will never happen. Can the state ask to vacate? Yes, but ordinarily only if there's a legal basis independent of the cooperation. What's the time frame? It's been 10 years. 10 years this year. The state attorney general cannot ask a court to vacate a valid final conviction simply because the prisoner wants to cooperate. Once a conviction is final, the court loses the jurisdiction. If the prosecution wanted to reward someone, the realistic avenues would include executive clemency from the governor and cabinet. Oh, let me share this. Post-conviction proceedings, if there's an independent legal basis to challenge, the defendant can file in the state or legislative or extraordinary relief, which is extremely uncommon and generally not used simply as reward. Could the state undo the conviction? Not just because a person has valuable information. A judge would typically ask, what is the legal basis? Could the state make a deal? Yes, but it would usually involve something other than vacating. Clemency, recommending parole, which is what I said, agreeing not to prosecute additional crimes, providing favorable treatment closer to her family, or making sentencing recommendations in a separate case. You're asking in context of specific case. Catherine Magbanua. Two life sentences, 30-year sentences. She was transported for the proffer. The state asked the court to vacate. The parties negotiated a new plea with a less sentence. Former appellate judge Philip Padovano commented one theoretical path, but judge also emphasized that this would be extraordinary and he'd never seen it done. The difficulty is that once the conviction is final, and everyone's right, she's been through the appellate process, the trial court generally lacks jurisdiction to simply reopen. The prosecutor cannot erase a lawful conviction, and there must be a recognized legal basis. Why did she cooperate anyway? She hoped the state would support her in some future legal relief. This is where it's nuanced. The issue has been more theoretical based on Magbanua's convictions were later affirmed on appeal. So highly unlikely, but it could be the float. It's interesting that this guy said it, commented that one theoretical path would be the state and Magbanua agree she has not fully cooperated. I listened to Carl yesterday where he says she cooperated, and then I'm thinking, did you watch the proffers? I don't think she did. State asked the court to vacate. The parties negotiate a new plea agreement with a lesser sentence. She pleads guilty again under the new agreement, but the judge also, it's in tax prof, also emphasized that this would be extraordinary and never seen it done. This is from 2022. Mm-hmm. I'll copy this and put it in the chat.
I see some of the chat is, Cinnamon Girl said, Tallahassee Democrat News Alert, a legal possibility. Could Katie McBanua get a deal in the Markell murder? That's interesting.
Say that again. Where'd you see it?
Cinnamon Girl. It was about 4 minutes ago in chat.
Oh.
Said Tallahassee Democrat News Alert. So
that's making news, and that's what they want. Good. I think they want that. But let's bring up the chick's proffer because it's really bad. It's really,
well,
really
they also
bad.
They also need an investigator / interviewer who is going to let Katie talk and not interrupt her. I mean, Sherry Bennett, she interrupts her a lot. Like, I mean, just like
only under deep. Is it only under him? I thought someone else had the proffer.
Katie ramble.
Is he the only one who had her proffer?
No.
Deep dive. Who else has it?
I I have no clue.
Because you know he loses his shit if you share it. See, it says deep dive true crime.
Yes, I also want to know if it's been edited.
Her proffer.
Yeah, yeah, of course. Everything else was like getting the raw footage from the state attorney or from TPD is very important. Because the
Interesting. And
first videos that he put out about Jeffrey, we didn't hear about all of the dudes and like the ass, the slap marks on her ass and all of that. That wasn't in the first videos that he put out for Jeffrey.
is this 2 hours long? The ex
The other
girlfriend.
bad video was
Oh,
Oh, this is her interrogation. This is when, though. When was this one done? This is. Do you see it?
2024
No,
September.
the video was published in 2024. But
Oh,
when was the questioning? Do you know?
it probably would have been right after Charlie was arrested, and then they did another one
Oh,
before
here it
Charlie
is.
was.
It says it
Oh,
on the
there.
stupid upper right hand corner because we're
Okay,
2022. So you're right. It happened right after Charlie was arrested.
or right after her conviction. Because
Oh, she says I'm sorry all the time. God. She says I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's before she had her eyebrows done. That's for sure.
All of a sudden it's like I don't want to walk into this room and then it's just like me just talk. Like I know you can take my finger. It's like I can't. Everything is.
Well, let's start it like this. Okay, how did you meet Charlie? Let's start with that.
Oh, we're really diving in really quick.
Listen,
Man, way to break the ice, right? Just before, like I know, like obviously, I'm going through 2 trials and everything. Like, what would this be all public now? Like this, or is it just for protection?
eventually it will be. We're doing this because obviously with the publicity of the trial and the amount of
how's your volume? Can you hear it?
you guys talked to her before you turned the camera.
It's as high as it'll go in here.
Okay.
Did you see it? Like it's as high.
Yeah. I mean, I
So,
can read the closed caption.
let me see on here. Mm, it's gonna be real loud now.
We're not gonna have. We don't want to have any of those games played. We would rather have everything, recorded and documented, so there isn't. You guys sat down with Katie and told her what she needed to tell you.
McBonnet is concerned about keeping some of the details private, but that is no longer an option. The case has gained too much public attention for secrets, and everything is going to come out.
No,
Okay.
we didn't do that.
Yeah, it's like my attorneys are not here, so this
Right.
is like.
Right, exactly. So this is my first time sitting down, talk to you. So we want everything, recorded. So there's no question about, like it did last time, people were making allegations that we fed people and things like that. We're on the up and up. This is not, this way it's been the whole
We're
time.
not here
We're not here
to
to trick you.
trick you, berate you. This is
I
different.
mean, it's gotten to this point, basically.
This is your side of the story.
Yeah.
You tell us the truth of what happened.
I
And we'll
guess
ask
we should
questions when
probably
we need
start
to,
with
but
questions, whatever. Yeah. Let's do this. For if you raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right. Now we got that out of the way.
Okay.
And all the confusion. Really, it's best to start with. I think how you met Charlie would be the best.
Someone's wearing a body cam in there.
We sequentially, work the timeline out from there.
Okay. Well, I was working in Sophie Dental, and then he's like one of the specialists that came in. So then from there, he's, like, we get phone numbers from the doctors, from what I remember, and then we put it on our cell phone. So then whenever scheduling purposes, we'll, we can contact or text
Charlie Adelson was a dentist who got his start in his family's practice. He was the link between the family and the other conspirators who were involved in Merkel's murder.
Any of the doctors, any of the dentists.
Okay.
So I went through there.
And just started texting, and then
Yeah.
You started dating, obviously.
Yeah.
how long did that progression take from the texting to the dating?
Like, how did it evolve? Like, from being a doctor?
Well, this is like all the way from 2013, I believe. So, well, yeah, he was like persistent. He was just persistent about like, and I told him, I was like, I have kids, like, I don't really have time. I don't have a babysitter. I don't have like a chance to just go up and about. Like, I don't have that type of freedom. Like, so little by little, he was just, trying to, oh, come on, let's hang out. And then, like, one day, like, I just went over to his house. I remember.
Time frame, I guess, would be late 2013, early 2014.
Yeah, that was 2013.
And it kind of grew from there and became more of a dating relationship, I guess.
Yeah.
How long would you say you two dated?
True Crime Wifey, what's the purpose of this in 2022 when she'd already been convicted?
Well, I guess they want to see if she's going to give any additional information, but
they're going back like Sigfredo and you. Like, why would they go back to the beginning? Like, what is the?
they're trying to establish when she started dating Charlie. She's talking about hanging out with Charlie, and this is well before Halloween of 2013.
Okay. But what was the law enforcement purpose in going in on 2022 to do that? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
I don't know, but there's two people in there. I can hear that Pat Sanford is one of them.
Yeah, I can too.
But another person, they have a body cam on because you'll hear it go.
Yeah, it's definitely law enforcement.
Yeah, so I don't know who. It's some sort of.
It's like the sunglasses are sitting on the table.
Yeah, it's like some sort of road dude, like because detectives don't wear body cams.
Probably from 2013 to 2014.
She looks absolutely petrified. Doesn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised Tara didn't hang out.
We've stayed friends the whole time. Sorry. Because, it's just like I haven't spoken to anybody, you know what I mean?
And that's what we really, I know we're sitting over here on the side and it's intimidating. Like, this is kind of and I'm sure that's not helping the matter.
Yeah.
But just try to talk with us. Just literally just sit there and talk with us.
Black it out. I mean,
yeah. Maybe we can move it, I don't know, closer to the camera or the phone so it's not like straight in your face. I don't know. But just try to block it out and just let's talk this through. So you guys started dating.
Is that Jason Newland over there? With the great arms right there?
I don't know. I can only see a little bit of the hairline. Maybe.
His fabulous arms, whoever it is.
What I don't want to do is feed it to you and you.
No, that's not him. Yes, it is him. Yes, it is him.
What problems did he talk to you about? Did he talk to you about his problems and issues and what led?
And this is what I was like scared of, like, from the information that I got from the trial, and then obviously, and I go back in my bunk and I'm like trying to think back, like it's like it's all perception. That's why I was like so irritated and frustrated, because as I'm seeing things being revealed, I'm thinking back at the time and I'm just like trying to put things together, like, okay, was this happening when this was happening? And then it's like all getting jumbled in my head. Okay. And I don't want to give any.
See, that's where I think she's lying. She's absolutely lying. It's not jumbled in your head. You know exactly what you did, but for whatever reason, maybe it's shame. You just cannot just say how I knew he was killed. Like, just speak.
You're worried about your timelines. And you're worried about,
Timelines,
don't worry about that.
what's-
We can work timelines out. We can work timelines out with some other information that we have throughout this case. There's a lot, like you saw.
Yes.
There's a whole lot of evidence in this case.
Yes.
If you can give us the events that occurred, we can work out the timeline. So if you remember a conversation Charlie having with you, I'll work on the timeline of when that occurred. Tell us what conversation you
I don't
remember
want to say
having.
I don't want to say the wrong thing either.
Well, here,
Like,
you
I
You
want
can't say the
to
wrong thing.
make sure that I'm,
Just
The timeline is not the most important issue at this point. For now, the detectives are more interested in the subject of the conversations.
the biggest thing is because you keep thinking about everything you saw on trial. Take that
That's
out.
Sherry.
That's by your memory. I know
Sherry
it's all,
who?
yeah. We're going
Sherry Bennett. FBI Sherry Bennett.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted you to tell everybody who it was.
She talks so sorry.
Every
mind.
October, I know.
Everything in trial, like he's saying, the timelines, things that we have now, we can see how that fits in and figure that out later. We're going to want to go from your memory and what you were thinking and your experience, your personal experience with this, how it progressed in that stance, not taking all the stuff that you saw on trial, all the things that now make you think of it differently. You
Yeah.
want to know about how you thought about it at the time that it happened and how it progressed that way in your own experience, not by all the stuff you saw. So that should make it easier. So just work on that, and then we can worry about the timeline afterwards. Let's just get through your experience of it when it was happening.
If you were telling us the truth of what you remember, Katie, before any of this nonsense,
Yes.
that's all we're looking for.
Okay.
That's all I want to know, Debbie Gibby.
Clarify things. You tell us what you remember that led up to this situation.
Okay. So basically, like what led up to the situation. When I was talking to Chris, I was like, just like things that are popping up as it went. And a particular day that I was thinking about was Halloween in Lincoln Road, when he did mention, but I don't want to quote anything and I don't want to say anything wrong, like I said, and I just remember it, like, that's the thing, is like as he's saying things.
She's 12 minutes into this questioning, and all she keeps saying is the same thing. And they let her.
Yeah.
And like you all know that Charlie talks a lot, so he's saying things and it's just we're going in circles. I'm not like invested into the conversation like how he's thinking of the conversation. I'm just like going basically with the flow. So I remember him that he did mention something about, I don't know if his sister was going through it or his sister was having a hard time with somebody. He never mentioned.
Charlie's sister is Wendy Adelson, Merkel's ex-wife. At the time, they were going through a bitter divorce. I recently released another highly intense video on my Patreon, an explosive altercation between two cops, where tension escalated so quickly, resulting in a drawn gun and a devastating gunshot. In a mere 26 seconds, witness the events unfold as two officers engage in a fight that turns deadly. Watch this video and more at patreon.com/Stranger Stories Plus.
Dan Merkel didn't tell me any names or anything, but that was this like particular day, I guess, that I thought back and I didn't even really think about it until like when all of it was like over. And I was like, Chris, I don't know why it's like coming to me now. Like I've said, like I blocked off a lot of things. I don't remember things. Like you can see in my second trial, I was foggy with everything. Like,
And those are obstacles we'll all overcome. We got to overcome them just like you do. I understand you testified and you said.
No offense, Jared Ross. No offense to Jared. He's a fine attorney for the Beer Association. Okay. He's a lobbyist. They are getting ready for the beer festival here in town.
Oh.
He's a lobbyist. Okay.
Things and we'll deal with it.
okay.
We understand.
He also has little kids. He has little kids.
Chris will sit down with you, I'm sure, and and that will come. But just like you just did, you had a conversation. It was around Halloween. What's Lincoln Road?
That one in Lincoln Road is in South Beach. So there's like a Halloween like party where they block off like the whole section.
Block party kind of thing.
Yeah, but it's like a bunch of like it's outside. They always host that event. And I remember when in a parking lot or like it was like an outside parking lot And that's the first time he's mentioned it, and mind you, this was 2013, this is like in the beginning, so
Yeah.
I didn't think much of it, like this is, I just literally met him, like this is one of probably, an event that I can only pinpoint it because it was a specific, like a particular event, I'm sorry.
Understood. But you don't, specifically what he said, you don't remember.
Not
He just
remember.
mentioned saying his sister was going through something
Yeah,
and you didn't pay attention to it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's October, end of October, 1st of November of 2013. We were still working for Sophie Dental, I'm assuming.
yes,
Okay.
fairly new in self-dental.
Okay. So go from
From
there.
there, I don't
So
know
she-
what happened, or like in between, we started hanging out more. I'm pretty sure every single time, like, he'd either not mention about his sister, but maybe just like family issues, but like not specifically, like it's always his sister or whatever, like, he never really went forth with that. So that was like towards the beginning, and I could just kind of remember, I know I spent New Year's with him.
So
and-
she didn't. So she's not even spilling the beans about October 31st.
No. No. They have the
I haven't
roadblock
seen
off.
this
Like,
in-
if you take the transcript of this nonsense, it will
Yeah.
literally, and you go through and eliminate, I'm scared, all of that nonsense. You come up with like 5 sentences. I mean, it is crap. And it made me think like, oh, you're scared. You're not, nobody, she is not that much of a drug addict, people. Okay. There are plenty of other. She knows exactly what she did, when she did it. She's just deflecting. She's going ring around the rosy, and they're not holding her to it. No offense. I'm not Sherry Bennett. Come on, girl. What happened that night? And shut up. Stop interrupting her.
Yeah, she just jumped to New Year's. I haven't seen this one in a long time.
What about after that? How did it progress from there?
Like I said, I don't know, like whenever he would mention anything about it, maybe every single time that we just, like we'd hang out, I don't know specific dates, like I said, but all of that's been like a blur to me, so.
You're saying he's mentioned it, is it like he mentioned his frustrations with it, or is he just kind of just talking?
Yeah, he's kind of just like talking, like, like if we're hanging out watching TV, or like I can kind of tell, like, his, like if his mom is calling and he's, like they're going through like family issues. He never really told me specifically anything, but you kind of like get the phone and you walk away, like, oh, that was my mom, like talking to me or whatever, like she's stressed out, my dad's stressed out, stuff like that. Nothing particular that I can remember.
So fast forward, I guess that's January, early in the year of 2014.
Okay, so Katie started depositing large amounts of cash into her checking account. Mary Hull testified. Okay, I know you always laugh at me when I like talk about
No,
Mary
I
Hull.
like Mary Holt. Mary Holt was good.
Yeah, Mary Hull testified. In a second I can get my notes, but she testified all of the cash deposits. So, she was making
So we're
money from
14. So what day do you remember that?
hang on, give me a minute. I'm gonna get some water. Y'all listen to this.
Okay,
I'll
go
be
ahead.
right back.
Okay, cool beans. Thank you.
In July of 2014. As you saw in the trial, Garcia.
So True Crime Wifey is saying that beep beep that sounds like a clown horn is the body camera.
And Rivera made a trip up in June. What can you tell us about that?
That, like, I don't even remember. I mean, obviously, like you're just telling me to like remember from what I remember, not from what I remember from trial.
Right.
I learned a lot of things from the trial. That's why it's so hard, and I want to say the right, not to say the right.
All
thing,
she
but,
keeps
like,
saying is, I want to say the right thing. Listen, it's just maddening.
remember from how I remembered, my days. But like my days are consumed with like taking care of my kids And just, you know, like me going through it, was afraid of, like, you guys, you know, all heard all the conversations and everything, like just the back and forth.
What
And-
led to the two of them making that trip to Tallahassee?
Okay. So when I was, this is like the hard part, because that's the part that I've never spoken of.
Not really.
And
Yeah. Oh shit.
from what I just remember, I don't know the specific day, but I do know that Charlie had given a paper in an envelope, but he stuck it inside, like, I had like a diaper bag that I used to use for Kaylee, but I kind of used that as like a weekender bag, and he put it in there. Now, he's probably been talking about, like, oh, you know, like, I need somebody to, you know, get beat up or whatever. That's why I'm saying, like, from him, something happening to her husband to, like, obviously murder, that's like two different extremes. And
So you're saying leading up to him putting that in everybody, he was talking about wanting to find somebody to beat him up?
it's like he's, you know, little by little, I think he was feeding stuff in my head that he needed this to be done. But me nonchalantly, like, I was like, okay, you know, like,
Magwana is trying to see if she can put the responsibility for her actions on Charlie, but she is involved too deeply for that to work.
I know in hindsight, I should have, like I said, that's why I beat myself up a lot, because, you know, like, I'm like, you know, I was stupid. Like, I wasn't, but that's not what my mind frame was at that time. So it was kind of hard for me. And that's what kind of, like, I'm kind of scared of, because it's like, are they going to understand?
Okay.
When I was going through a lot, like, mentally with schizophrenia.
You know what you were going through? A hit on a murder. That's what you're going through. So sick of her already. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Okay, so Mary Hull testified that this is just cash deposits only for
Okay.
Katie. 2013, it was $13,035. Well, prior to November 4th, she only had $400 deposited in cash. Now, that breakdown was a different trial than Donna's, when like they broke down all of the cash.
Right.
Okay, so the total of that year was $13,035. So that means that $12,635 was deposited between Monday, November the 4th of 2013 until December 31st of that year.
So, okay, let's go back for the audience. October 31st, they're down at that trash area, South Beach, and Lincoln Road. They're blocking the road off, and everybody's acting a fool. They're in the car. He says, I need you to rough someone up. She's like, okay, I'm in. November 4th, the checks start rolling in.
No, this is cash deposits. So, okay, so
Yeah,
October 30th.
I mean, the money starts rolling in.
Yeah.
5 days later?
Yeah, no.
Remember?
Like, okay, so no, Thursday, October 31st is when he says, can you harm someone?
Right.
Friday is the 1st. By Monday the 4th
said, do
is
you
when
know anybody that could rough someone?
Right.
She said yes.
So yeah, by November the 4th, which was a Monday of that year in 2013.
Like 5 days later. Yeah.
4, yes. Yeah. So like Leslie Grish and I discussed this. Yeah, Leslie Grish and I discussed this on one of the live streams that we did, where basically, because I think Leslie said to Grish was like, when did Katie start getting money? And he's like, right away. And then I was like, oh, let me bring up Mary Hull's stuff, because yeah, he started paying her right away to start getting it done. But she wasn't giving the money to Sigfredo. Katie was pocketing the cash. That's why it took 9 months.
So we know that from Mary Holt, but we don't know that from this bitch's mouth.
No, she's not going to tell.
In nothing we see, which there could be more to the proffers, because now you're saying they could be edited, which I never even thought of that. Good for you.
This one might not be, though.
This one, no, I'm talking about her original questioning, whatever that is.
Yes.
So she's like, hey, I'm going to help you. I'm going to speak, blah, blah. I'm going to testify So clearly there were more details on Lincoln Road on October 31st, November 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and here's some cash.
Yeah.
In 5 days.
Yeah. because between November 4th and December 31st, which is basically the rest of 2013, she deposits $12,635 into her account in
And never
cash.
gives any to Sigfredo. She doesn't give money to Sigfredo until the deal is done.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, and that's like another theory. Like the people who think that Wendy started reaching out to Sigfredo because it wasn't getting done. People believe that, but
I wouldn't be surprised.
yeah. So in 2014, her cash was $46,820,000.
Remember, timeline, October 31st was when Wendy canceled the contract on that property in Oxbottom.
Yeah, it's also the same day that she filed the petition for Dan to show cause as to why he had not given her the $120,000 that he owed her for the house.
What day was their divorce finalized? Do you remember?
It was finalized, I think wasn't it like July? Hang
Yeah,
on, I got it somewhere.
it was
July,
over the summer. It was over
yeah,
the
it was
summer.
like the last day of July of
So he had
2013.
probably 30 or 45 days to show the money, and he didn't do it.
Yeah, I think that he was given 60 days to pay her when they finalized the divorce.
And he had the cash. He just didn't do it because of
Yeah,
a lot.
well, he found out that she wasn't being honest about the
Right.
cash. So when she files the motion for him to show cause, Dan does not answer that in the divorce proceedings. Dan does not answer that motion for him to show cause until January 31st. And at that time is when he gives her a check for $54,725.38 and files a motion against Wendy saying, no, you need to show cause because this is all the money I actually owe you because you lied about your assets.
So their divorce was finalized on the 31st on 13. So 3 months later, Chicky
Right.
Poo and him are canoodling in whatever stupid ass car he had at the time on Lincoln Road. And 5 days, I'm counting the 31st, 5 days, she already has cash in hand.
And she's putting it into her bank account. Yeah.
I still say
like Charlie
she's
started
in
paying
this-
her
I
right
still
away.
say she's in this deeper than she implies in any of this BS, in any of this rigmarole she's providing. She's in this far deeper. He says rough someone up. That's what they say. Who knows what was really said? We don't know. She finds someone to rough him up right away. So here's a check or cash. I'm just being facetious. Here's money. 4 days later, it's still the same day. She canceled that freaking. This is where conspiracy. You cannot tell me all this is coinciding. It's just not. It's not. Hey, put this your pile of money in my pile of money, and my pile of money goes to Katie's pile of money. She canceled the contract of a home that she clearly lied about and said she didn't have the money to buy it. She could say, I didn't want the house. I wasn't ready to buy. I wasn't committed. That's not what she does. She says, I didn't have the money. Yes, you did.
Well,
Which
the
makes it
email.
perjury.
Yeah, well, the email that she wrote Lisa Carey, because Leslie B showed it. I think that she got it in the FOIA. The email that she sends to Lisa Carey on October 31st, she's like, where? She's like, I'm so upset. I'm crying. I can't even talk on the phone. But she doesn't even talk about not being able to afford it or anything. She basically says that she can't buy the house because she's still in the middle of the divorce stuff, and she's basically not. I can't remember exactly what it says, but she's basically not allowed to buy it because I guess Dan has to approve, or like, how far it is from the houses. And
I'd have to see that.
yeah, it was on
because
it. Yeah,
none
Leslie
of that
had
is
it on the live.
reality. If she said it, that doesn't make it true because it's only within so many miles of where Dan lived and it's in the same county. They wouldn't have done anything. If it was she didn't
Exactly.
have enough money, that's just crap because we already know she did. But that's what she said. I didn't have enough money. On the stand. I'm talking about on the stand.
Yeah. Yeah, but her email to Lisa Carey doesn't even talk about money because she couldn't write an email to Lisa Carey about money because Lisa Carey already knew that she was approved to buy a house of that amount of money, right? Like I can't just like don't I have to get pre-approved to buy a house, you
Well, depending on your realtor,
know?
some morons put people under contract and they don't have the approval. Obviously, at least Carrie's
Yikes.
not going to do that. But yeah, you would either have a pre-approval or proof of cash. So clearly getting the money, she had a great job that she clearly didn't work at. She just got a check from Florida State and continued to pay her, right? And then she's
Mhm.
doing whatever. But she also had mommy and daddy backing. So she had plenty of money to put down. And she lied. She lied she lies on the stand. It is a lie. It's not a mistruth. She clearly had the money. Mary Holt gets out, said you had the money. So that was October 31st. She terminates that contract. 5 days later, Chicky Poo's getting cash.
Yeah, cuz Charlie was already giving her money to get it done.
And they're talking about we're hanging out and I was just raising my kids and she's lying. This
Yeah,
whole Exxon,
Katie's not Yeah, she's not giving any money to Sigfredo to go anywhere. She probably I don't even know when she actually asks Sigfredo to go do it. I'd like to
we
know
don't
that.
know. We don't know, do we?
No, we don't.
We don't know. And we don't know how she learned it was already done. It had to be Wendy that called her.
Yeah, on a
Wendy
burner.
leaves. This is supposition. Wendy tries to go down Trescott. She gets stopped 2 doors down, 3 doors down, if you want to be stretched. With the crime scene tape, she makes K turn because that's what people do. She, in her own words, I thought she went up Blythe and came back down Randolph Circle. That's not what she says. She says she goes the whole way. That's what she said in the interrogation and questioning. She goes the whole way back up Trescott, a full mile, then makes a right and goes down Centerville. She goes down Centerville and cuts across, or Benton Road, cuts across, goes to the ABC, flirts with him because she's a slut, comes back out. I think she goes up. She said she gets gas. Where was she going to get gas? There's no place to get gas. Not logistically. There's one gas station, Shell, which is a bitch to get in and out of. She
Yeah,
goes
no one
to the
goes
Circle
there.
K. She says she goes to a gas station. I don't believe she did. I believe she went 1 block up to Post Road, goes down there where True Crime Wifey has the video, goes down there, sees, oh shit, it really happened. You could hear everything. You could hear the world that day. The world, everything was like, oh my God, a shooting in Benton. She comes back out. She goes to Mosaic. True Crime Wifey believes, which she's probably not wrong. You got the buses with cameras. You got cameras underneath the overpass. You got other cameras. They know where she's gone. They know where she's been.
Yeah.
Everything from that point on. How in the hell? Wait, what were you saying? What time was the call? It was like what, 12:30 or 12:49? The call
Uh,
to
12
Sigfredo?
12:30 is when Sigfredo powers back on his phone and calls Katie. And then 12:49 is the receipt at the ABC Liquor.
So what happened for 19 minutes?
I mean, well, she
Where was she for 19 minutes?
she might have taken Klein. Okay. I
Not
don't know what
Klein, Blythe.
I
Not
know,
Klein.
but that's 29 minutes. Okay.
Well, 12:30 to 12, yeah, 19 minutes. Where was
Oh,
she
I'm
those
sorry,
19 minutes?
19. Yeah,
Where was
19
she
minutes.
those 19 minutes?
I mean, she could have gone on foot through McCord Park and seen stuff going on back there.
Yeah, but I don't think she did. I think she went to Post Road.
Yeah. I don't know what time she pulled up immediately. Okay, so this is another thing. She was missing calls before 12:30 from the Harvard Law School on her phone. So I don't know if police were trying to find out like who Dan what, because they had Dan's wallet, right? It was actually locked in the glove box of his car because he had gone to the gym, so he locked his wallet in the glove box. And then his keys were in the ignition when they found him. So at some point, and I believe it's before 12:30, she is getting calls from Harvard Law School on her cell phone that she's not answering. She's just letting them go to voicemail.
And the purpose of the calls was
I don't know if I don't know if someone from TPD was contacting FSU Law and then they were contacting Harvard Law because I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird fact about this case.
for 19 minutes. Now she drives around. She has to walk around the store for a few minutes, kill time. So she is shopping in there, the receipt. But Sigfredo powers it on. Here you go. Here's Debbie Martin. I
Yeah.
think she made a second trip, and that was the ABC trip. She went to DM's house, DM Marcel, at 11:45. Just a thought. Then home and realized she'd been. No, I don't think so. I don't think she couldn't have made it the whole way home. No way. She couldn't have made it the whole way home. It doesn't mean she didn't go to a park, like you're saying, McCourt Park. But there was law enforcement all over that road. They would have known as she went in that park.
Yeah.
It was all over the place. And traffic it's such a tight road. It's so tight in a van. You're making a 4-turn, not a 3-point. Especially probably she couldn't drive. So it's such it's really 1 lane and a half. So tight. They would have seen that car parked at the McCord. No, I don't believe that. I think it was she had to go shopping and walk around and show her, flirt, but still, where was she before that? So if he's shot at what, 11:52? Like, what was his time of shooting? It was
I think 10:53. 10:53. It was before 11 a.m. because the bus cam sees Luis and Sigfredo
right.
turning
That's
left
right.
on
Because
Benton.
the
at 10.
boys clock. Remember
Yes,
when
yes.
her freaking rental was for rent? Her condo was for rent, and it had the boys clock was
Yep.
right at that time.
Yep, Friday, 10:53 a.m. And that's the middle mark between the two bus cams
Yeah.
on the way and then on the way out.
So she's driving down. She already knew. She knew before she even hit that road. She knew. She knew. Interesting.
Yeah.
Too was, a lot of like fighting, and then so it's like I found comfort in Charlie because obviously he was the good time and he was the one, that it's like when I'm with him, it wasn't stressful. But it led to my whole life being turned upside down.
Well, let's talk about this real quick. I know you took the stand, like we talked about a while ago, and you got on the stand and you said you didn't remember things. That's in the past.
Yeah.
We're not worried about what you said on the stand. We're starting clean here. This is a new clean break. Okay.
I'm sorry.
I know, you're fine. You're fine. Just it's okay.
Relax.
It's okay. Just relax.
They have her phone at her home in Aqua Ridge at a certain time, though. So Patricia Burns asked, is it possible she could have been at the shooting when the shooting was taking place? They have her phone leaving Aqua Ridge.
Yeah, just listen to me. You're already where you are. Okay? Whatever you tell us now, if you lied about something, if you weren't truthful about something, it doesn't matter at this point. You're not going to get in more trouble for it. Okay?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now's the time to be totally truthful with us. It's just, become totally clean, tell the whole truth all the way through from the beginning. Because Charlie didn't just slip a letter in without you talking about Sigfredo and getting to that point. That's what we're talking about.
But that's
Tell
what
us
I'm
how
saying.
you got to that point. I understand you're not gonna remember time frames and things like that, and Charlie may have done this and done that and kind of led you to that, but how did that happen? You know, what kind of conversation did you have about Sigfredo?
Yeah.
With him, and how did it
But
lead
the
up to
whole
that?
time, it's like I felt as if Charlie kept planting this seed in my head. Obviously, I don't know if like he knew of Sigfredo, like he probably knew of Sigfredo from what, you know, like me venting and saying like, you know, like he's giving me a hard time, like.
She's lying. Of course he knew about her baby daddy. Knew of him. That's what I say to people. Here locally, people are like, "Oh, I know Patty Wilson," and I'll say, "No, you don't. You know of me. You don't know me." Charlie didn't know of Sigfredo. Oh, bitch.
In that point, but far from like what, like, I mean, like, I know that he's probably known that he's gotten in trouble like in the past, but Sigfredo's like since that we've been together, like we, you know, like I try to keep him on the narrow and stay away from trouble, and you know, like with like family life.
Right.
So that's what, like I mean, this is through time that he's probably just been saying things, and I'm just like agreeing with it. Like again, I beat myself up for it because it's like I wasn't paying attention to like things. Like I was being nonchalant about it, you know, and just being like, oh, okay, and then like, you know, kind of just then when I'm with Sigfredo, I'm like relaying stuff to him, but them really not knowing, you know, like obviously even with conversations, it's like I never said like, oh, I'm talking to Pluto, or like with him, he doesn't want to hear that I'm talking with Charlie.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like they both know who I'm talking about.
Okay.
Or they know.
So what kind of stuff were you relaying?
Right.
Without Magbuana, Charlie would have never connected with Garcia and Rivera. He also would not have known that they would be willing to commit murder without Magbuana coordinating all the details.
Through each other?
Yeah.
That's where it gets a little blurry, because that's through time that we're just.
Right.
You know,
You don't have to say specifics. Just give us a roundabout summary of what the conversations were about. Because I understand you're not going to remember exactly what you said or exactly what they said, but you know the context of the conversation that you had.
That led up to this.
Everything that led up.
Well, like maybe give you an example. So he stuck this envelope in your bag.
Mm-hmm.
How did you know?
I mean, like it had information
But
about.
how did you know what to do with it?
Because he's been like kind of mentioning, you know, like, oh, I need this. I need somebody to take care of this, and you know, I know, like obviously, I'm going to Sigfredo about it.
Tim has a new, very high profile case out of Tampa. He's not going to represent Wendy.
But then, as I'm relating to Sigfredo, I'm not saying, like, I don't really know specifics. That's why.
So what are you relaying to Sigfredo?
Yeah.
You just said, I need somebody to take care of this. I know it's hard to talk about, but we know what you're talking about, and we need you to talk about it. It's going to be, I know it's hard to say, what is he saying this is? I need somebody to take care of this. What is this?
Oh, the problem with Wendy's, I mean, like I don't think he ever mentioned about her husband or whatever, but just somebody that's been like.
I'm fine with you. You're fine with that. That you didn't know that Dan Markel was Wendy's husband.
Yes.
Fine.
Cool.
How
does Luis know if Katie doesn't know?
We're good with that. Yes, that is.
Right? I can't sit here and admit of what I was already convicted of, that I hired a hitman.
Oh, I understand that they didn't have the same last name. Rose, husband and wife, you would think.
So what was he telling you exactly?
It is hard to believe that Magbuana wasn't aware of the connection and didn't take more of an interest in the person she was helping to murder. On the other hand, she may have been willing to take the money without asking too many questions.
Go up to, like that's what I'm saying. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
We can understand if you're summarizing.
Right.
You're summarizing. We don't expect you to remember.
Do you know how many times in 24 minutes she said, I don't want to say the wrong thing?
I don't know why they don't say I don't know why they don't say to her, We don't want you to say the right thing or the wrong thing. We want you to tell us what you know. Tell us what you know.
Need somebody to get hurt, but like
It's not
to get
difficult.
that point, from my understanding, was not to get killed, but to maybe like, I don't know, if like rough up or beat up or whatever
Okay.
at that point.
Okay.
So I like, but that's what I'm saying. Like I just little by little, maybe he's like feeding things in my head, but I can't remember those specifics. And I
Okay, so then you're relaying now to Sigfredo. So what are you relaying to Sigfredo? And I know you're not saying Charlie.
No. Someone just said something.
What's the problem you're telling Sigfredo?
just
Oh.
What
that
is
it's
that?
like somebody.
What?
I think Kathy just the Kathy Barrel person, Barella. They just said something. No, that's not true at all. She said they also had an undercover at Aqua Ridge waiting for Wendy to come back and that she never did. Hence, wait, where did it go? No, that's not true. They didn't know Wendy's Aqua Ridge address because it was under Donna's name. It says hence they tracked her down to
Yeah, good point.
Mosaic. No, they didn't know that. They did not know about Aqua Ridge. Like they
And-
didn't have the address.
And they wouldn't have. She probably didn't change it in her driver's license because most
Yeah.
people don't. Not for a
And
rental.
everybody's on scene, and even like Isom tells Mentor Lawyer this in his recent interview after Donna's conviction. He's like, it was like all hands on deck. Like everyone had a job. No one was going over there. Like they didn't know about Aqua Ridge yet. So I just wanted to clarify that. I know that might be like speculation.
I know, I understand what you're
I'm
trying to
afraid
say.
like not.
Right, we know what you're trying to say, but we need you to say it. We can't say it.
Yeah, here's where I think you are. It's hard for you to say.
Right.
It's more hard for you to say than less of you don't know what to say. I think this is where this agreement that's signed into, this is where you have to clear your conscience. This is where you just say what you're trying to say. Get it out. We can talk about it. We're going to talk to Chris about this. Obviously, there's a lot of conversations to be had after this.
The cost.
A lot of conversation.
Not with you. Not with you. No.
Between the prosecutor.
No, between us.
Yeah.
There's just a lot that has to go on after this. So just say it. Just come out with what you're talking. So Charlie's giving you something, and you're giving Garcia something. What is it?
What's the agreement? What was Charlie going to do?
Something, yeah, something needed to be taken care of for him,
And
for
what was that?
for Dan Markel.
Okay. And what was Charlie getting in return? Was he doing anything in return? What was he willing to do?
Well, yeah, like he would have, like the money wise, obviously, like, you know, like they would be, like Charlie's like, oh, they're going to be taken care of. That they're going to be taken care of.
Did he ever give you a number?
What's the number?
No, he didn't give me the number. He didn't give me a specific number for it.
He just said, go do this and I'll take care of you. He didn't say how much.
Oh my God.
No, not to me.
I can't. Sorry, lying. You're not getting out until she tell me the truth.
Like that's what I'm saying. It's like now.
This is when like waterboarding would be beneficial.
$1,000 or whatever. Like he never said that amount to me. Like I just know that they're going to be taken care of. Like he was assuring me that they're going to be taken care of. Obviously, has nothing to do. You know, like that's what I'm saying. Like I don't have those facts for.
How did he know who was going to take care of it, or who he needed to take care of?
I mean, I figured he knew that I was like going to go to somebody that I trusted and relay that.
Such a liar.
Sigfredo.
Okay, so he knew
I just
Sigfredo.
don't. That's what I don't know that if he knew Sigfredo like that.
Did you tell him it was Sigfredo?
No, I never mentioned that it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
But you told him you would have it taken care of. You used to tell him how it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're jumping around a lot.
No, and
So
Wait,
you-
Well, the problem is
I just don't want to go the roundabout, like you
We're
know.
trying to
like,
get directly to it, and that's what and you can help us with that as well. Just say it. Sometimes just let it go. You know, the envelope that was in the bag. What was it?
I never looked at it. He told me, do not touch it, do not open it. That he had, he would, as time went, like, you know, I think back about the things that he's saying, and then he's like, oh, like, I never keep money in my house. Like, why is he telling me that? Like, now in my head, I'm like, okay, he's telling me that's like he won't get robbed, like he won't turn around and he would. Well, yeah, hindsight, like I'm saying, like I figured this out later on. You know, he did have
So
that
you're dating a dude that knows that you're sketch.
in his house, but he'd always be like, "Well, I don't keep money in that," or I never saw any. You know, like he's opened it before, but I've never like looked inside and see anything inside. Um, when he on that paper, which I felt like that had all the information, and obviously I had given that to Sigfredo, but when I gave it to Sigfredo, like I never, like it was in my bag, and then I had told Sigfredo like, oh, like the paper's there, like, and he never showed it to me. He took it and then he
She's
left.
such lying.
Like
Yeah,
There's
she
no
also
way
never
she
says
didn't look at
when.
that thing. There's no way she didn't look at that paper. There's no
Yeah,
way.
and she also never says when she gave it to Sigfredo.
Say that again.
She never says when she gave it to Sigfredo. Like when did this bag get given to Sigfredo? She never tells us. Is it around Easter? Like, is it like, you know, like if you're like talking to a little kid, sometimes you have to like be like, were you in the second grade when that happened? Or was it around Easter? Had Christmas happened? Like, this is
Oh my God.
terrible.
To the trip they made.
There's no way.
yes, yeah. I don't know when he had given me that paper.
Did he, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Did Sigfredo ever tell you what was written on it?
No.
I don't
And
believe
that's
her.
like the information that I wish I had, because that's why
That's
I was
fine.
so
Don't make it
hesitant
up.
to even.
Don't make it up. Don't fill in a gap that you don't know the answer to.
I just want to confirm one thing on this. So you told Charlie you had it taken care of. So Charlie didn't know you were going to Sigfredo, but he probably assumed is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't tell Sigfredo it's from Charlie, and you didn't tell Charlie you're going to Sigfredo. You just told him that you would have it taken care of.
Yes. Yeah.
So I understood what you were saying.
Yes.
So obviously you told him that you had something to do this, or he wouldn't just give it to you and say, hey,
Here we go.
how
Well,
did
yeah,
that
like,
progress?
that's what I'm saying. Like through time, you know, he keeps telling me there's like something needed to get taken care of. Obviously, he's never said like, oh, that somebody needed to get killed or anything. He never said that.
Okay.
Magvana keeps insisting that she doesn't know what Charlie had planned, saying that
Look,
she
Jason's face.
happened, but she didn't know exactly what. The setup.
Look at that. I honestly think she listen to what she says. I didn't know that's what he really wanted. So did she really take the hit and it really wasn't about a hit? I don't know.
Was
She knew it was to kill
a
someone.
simple scare tactic.
Then there
Before we
were
move
more
forward, I wanna extend my
conversations
thanks
before
for
the
watching. This
31st.
video today
There
has
had
been
to be more
sponsored.
conversations before the 31st. Had to be.
So if you're enjoying it, subscribing helps the channel grow. You can also check out my second channel, Stranger Crimes, after this video.
But he's like, okay, through time, he's like feeding to me, oh, this needs to be taken care of, this needs to be taken care of. And then one night that I had slept over there, he had put that in my face. He's like, do not open it, Katie, like, do not touch it. Even when I put it inside in the envelope, like he's telling me things that he did, you know, like I used gloves, I didn't print it in my computer. Like he's telling me, he's like forewarning me, like, don't even think, like, I guess he didn't think that, you know, like he didn't want
He
me
thought
to,
you were an idiot.
obviously blackmail him or something maybe after, or
At what point did you tell him you had somebody that can take care of this? If he's feeding you this information for him to print this out and take this step, yeah, at some point you had to tell him you had
This
someone that
was-
can take care of it.
What did you tell him to do?
that was like going back again that day that he had asked me in Halloween in the parking lot. I was like, oh, okay. You know, obviously the first thing in my head was like, oh, if somebody need to get beat up forever, like Sigfredo's, you know, like that's money for him.
So
So what did
Halloween
you tell
is
him?
when you told him.
The one that
You
how
said
did I tell?
How did you tell him that you had somebody? When you said Halloween, is that when you told him that you had somebody that could do it, or?
To Charlie, yes. Yeah, I probably suggested, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I know somebody.
Okay, so you're saying that was at the Halloween thing.
Yes.
Okay, so that's
It's
all the
the-
way back
it
in
just is
October.
stuck, yeah, it's stuck out to
Okay,
me.
that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get the clarification on.
So you told him you had somebody, you just didn't tell him who,
Yes,
and you just left it at that.
yes.
He didn't want to know,
Asked him how much it would
but he knew.
pay, how he could take care of any of that.
He just always, he's always told me is like, oh, they'll be taken care of. didn't give me an amount, didn't tell me.
So what did you
You
tell
know.
Sigfredo to get him to do it?
She's trying to think of something. Look.
I told Sigfredo, probably told him like, hey, like, you know, you can make some type of money if you take care of this for somebody else. He's like, okay.
But you didn't tell him how much?
I didn't know.
Or never gave you an amount or anything?
No, he
You
just
trusted
always
he would
said,
pay you.
yeah, I guess, stupidly, yeah. I
Oh my
figured
God.
And Sigfredo
they
trusted
can
you
like,
enough.
yeah, like it's, like I said, like you got, like I'm the middle person, obviously I see everything now, like, yeah, like it was going through me, but I know. And
It's fine.
You look back now and you feel,
I'm like,
You feel used,
I
like,
told,
yeah.
that's what I told Tara. I was like, listen, like, I was manipulated, I was used, I was, you know, and it's like, and I feel stupid because it's like, you guys are even like, I know, like, even through trial, like, you guys, it's like, yeah, and I'm being truthful in that, like, when I see everything, it's like, of course, everybody's just looking at me like I'm a part of
Because
this.
you're a murderer.
And it's hard for
You
me.
better
like,
not let her out.
It took time, like, you guys didn't know what I was going through.
You understand
in jail,
that? Like, I will be.
even with family wise, you know, you met my brother. Like, it's how do you just go about it? Like, okay, I had this whole part in this whole situation, like even conversations with like that's why I was upset too with the Dolce Vita because it's once you see it in a different way, you're just and then you sit back and you're like, I don't remember like a lot of the things my brain has literally, and I wish like I wish you guys could just put something in my head and just extract all this information, but I can't.
Oh my God.
Time frame, which
She
I
does
think
that. She did that in
I didn't do
Ocala
it, but
too.
it's like don't know what was said.
The other
I don't know
proffer.
how it went about. I just know like what you know certain things, and then
She does that the one where she's in the boardroom, like she's in a meeting room. She does it there too. I just
from there,
wish.
like, I'll probably get back in the dorm, and then I mean like when I was in county, and I'll be like, oh my god, like this happened or this happened, and then after that, it's like I push it away. I'm suppressed.
Well, this is the one that's in Ocala.
So someone
The other,
just sent me a text. Hold on a second. She goes, 1 hour, 23 minutes, 40. KM says when I put it in the envelope. So you put the paper in the
yeah.
envelope.
Yeah, she did just say when I put it in the envelope earlier. Yeah.
Like the whole situation, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. I know we've gotten to this
you're
point.
not wasting my time at all.
I want to speed the story up a little by saying that she has repressed a lot of what happened. This contradicts her earlier claims of not knowing what was going to happen.
I want an end to this already. Like,
Well, this is a way to the end, but like we
Need
said,
some shock therapy.
be honest with us.
yeah,
You gotta be truthful. I mean, that's all we're asking you to do. To the best of your
I did hear that Debbie Martin. She goes, "Did everyone catch it?" Carl said, "Bria's with another guy and pregnant." Poor thing, poor baby. She's such an alcoholic.
give us everything you can. You know, I know it's hard to talk about. I know you don't want to admit it.
but
There's little things.
Some of it's embarrassing.
it's not just it's not that. It's just my brain. Like I don't know how to explain. My brain has like blocked a lot of things. So I like even like, and then I second guess myself, and I do like the last thing I want is obviously this. I already know how this goes, and I do not want to say something that did not happen or did not occur.
You already
And that's what I'm
did.
saying.
You already have. You don't know. You didn't know how much money. You're lying.
don't.
Well, that's
I
what
mean, how much did she really help Charlie's trial?
conversation, word for word, what you said. Or
She was horrible.
because you know the context of the conversation, which is like what this conversation was about.
Yeah.
You know what the conversation was about with you and Charlie. You know what at the trick or treat thing, the Halloween thing, that's when you gave Charlie, after he's been venting to you, you gave him the thumbs up, like, yes, I got someone who could take care of
Well,
this.
that's the
for you.
first time that he's like kind of mentioned something.
Mentioned you trying to get it taken care of.
Yeah.
But he had been telling you and feeding you up to that about how he's frustrated with his sister's stuff.
Well, yeah, like little bits and pieces
Right.
like that. And then that was like something that stuck out. And then from there on, all that time frame, that's why I just don't even know like what happened in between. But like I said, I was living my life as a mother, taking care of my kids.
Right.
Like, yeah, I should have paid attention. You know, you don't think I beat myself up every day thinking
No,
like I should have
don't.
paid attention. I should have taken this seriously. But in my head at that time, it wasn't like a contract
You're thinking someone's just gonna get beat up.
Because
Yes,
you're a
like, somebody
moron.
Get hurt. Obviously, that's
No.
like one thing that okay, you know, Sigfredo like would do. I mean, like we were financially like not like he was doing his own thing, and
Hey, legal focus. Hey,
I don't
Judy.
know why I went to him. I don't even know why this whole thing like literally like occurred.
Well, let me ask
Oh,
Snowballed.
So you know it, and obviously the trial came out, and it was mentioned how many times. Charlie made the comment to several people throughout the years that tried hiring a hitman, but a TV was cheaper.
Yeah.
Had he ever made a comment like that to you?
Has he mentioned that?
Yeah.
About the hit? I don't.
To you specifically, not that you remember from trial, but did you and he ever have a conversation like that?
About hiring somebody?
Yeah.
Like maybe
Oh my
he's joking
God.
about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember
Yeah.
that?
Like
He
he's
did.
Thanks
joking
for-
about it, but it's like we're not even.
Thanks for putting the idea in her head.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's joked about it about
hiring a hitman.
yeah. He's very free with what he says, you know, and I never take, sometimes, like I said, like I literally even blocked it out.
Okay, so they made a trip up here.
I mean, Charlie does talk a lot.
Did you all receive any money from Charlie for that trip?
For when they
Like to help pay for the rental car or anything?
I've had, I mean, like, I'm trying to think. Okay, so Sigfredo got that paper. Like I said, he's never told me anything about it. Obviously, there has to have been information in there. Obviously, either one of them don't want me to know. And I don't want to know. I didn't want to know it. So.
And you told Sigfredo it was in there to get it.
Yeah, to get it. Like, just get it off the bag. Like, I think he came over and then he probably went to the apartment, saw the kids. And I was like, oh, I have a big 3 in the bag. And then I just remember him stuffing it in his shorts and then walking out.
Okay.
And we never spoke about it again. Like I never asked him like, oh, what was on that or whatever, nothing. Like we didn't have a conversation about it. So, and then like, I don't know when Sigfredo like leaves, I don't know like what his, we'd be good. And then I don't know what's going on with him. And I don't want to know what's going on with him, so I kind of like block that out too. Because when I was with Charlie, then obvious, and just like that too, like with conversations, it's not like I'm there like planning things or whatever. It's just whenever I'm not with one, I'm talking to the other. It's not nothing specific or anything that has.
Can we talk about that for a second?
No. Just kidding.
No,
Whenever
I mean,
I'm not with one, I'm
banging
not talking
her
to the other.
off. She is so much more guilty than she implies or they imply.
And then she's
Listen to
like,
what
hey,
she just said.
Like, hey, Sigfredo, get that envelope out of my bag. It's from the dentist I'm fucking. And he wants you to do a favor. But I don't know what the favor is.
Talk to each other with like they're right next to me.
Right.
So obviously you guys.
Excuse my French.
Yeah.
Renting a car to drive to Tallahassee.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I think it's that Charlie has given me money, like I probably told him like, hey, I need some money so that like.
Charlie has given her money numerous times, usually cash, so it could not be traced.
And I would always just say like these people or whatever, but now I'm thinking about like he knew it was Sigfredo the whole time. So yeah, probably like asking for like
So Charlie only giving you all the money to pay for the rental car.
Yeah, like he give it to me and then I give it to Sigfredo, I guess, like so that he can go about wherever.
Because a couple $100 is enough.
See, like even
You didn't know where they were going. You just knew that the problem that Charlie had, they were going to handle and they needed money to do.
How much was the toll to just come up here? Do you know? Those are the details you would know.
Oh, they didn't take the tolls. They went
They went up
basically-
2019.
No, coming from basically they went Fort Lauderdale across Alligator Alley to Fort Myers. I'm sorry, or Naples, and then took I-75 north and then got on I-10 And then when they went home the same way. So I
Okay.
mean, they might have had like local tolls in Miami, but once they took Alligator Alley across the state, there's no tolls. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Right. So Judy says, especially if Wendy might be arrested, they need Katie to testify. It would tarnish her credibility even more. All you got to do is
Yeah,
listen to this video to give her a deal before testifying. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There's
I
no
mean, we
deal
definitely agree
unless
with you, Judy, because if I'm telling you, I can't even imagine the PR that Jack Campbell would have to deal with, even for the ask, and he doesn't get Wendy arrested.
yeah.
Especially after this. I would just play this on a loop on Living Tallahassee with 80,000 people. I just play it on a loop. Jack, I would. I'd give everything up to just deal with this because this is nonsense. To even imply that she would be released without Wendy being arrested is absolutely sickening. Sickening.
Well, yeah, and this is what we were discussing on Judy's live streams because there were two about the Dan Markel case, Tallahassee Bar Association CLE
The CLEs,
meeting.
yeah.
What? Yes. So that's what we were talking. Like, I mean, everyone was agreeing, and that's what we believe that Georgia was saying in those transcripts is that like Katie's not just getting a deal. There, like something has to happen. Like there's no reason to give Katie a deal now.
I
Like why?
agree.
Everyone's been
Why would you do
convicted
that?
unless you got a new arrest of the unindicted co-conspirator that everybody's chomping at the bits to see under the jail in Leon County. I mean, I'm chomping at the bits to see her in jail. So if I am, I'm sure everyone else is around here.
I just don't even understand them. Like, other than, well, let's float this out here. I don't understand why they would even say a word.
Car. How do you know it wasn't?
I
not
mean, he
there in Fort
doesn't,
Lauderdale?
he has
Miami. How'd you know the problem wasn't in Miami then? How'd you know he needed
Ugh.
a phone bar?
that he had to go travel somewhere.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, like a couple $100 isn't going to cover anything.
About the Tallahassee thing, but I guess he had to go somewhere. It wasn't gonna be local.
Okay, so did he
Yeah, I
come
just
to
didn't
you
know
and tell you,
where.
I need money for this, and then,
Say I need money for a car, I need you to get money from your.
how did you know to go to Charlie and ask for the money that he needed? Is what he's trying to get.
Well, because
See, this is another problem.
with the paper.
Go ahead.
This is another problem, okay? Sigfredo says to Katie, I need money to go. Well, okay, and this is not okay. This is not me pointing it out. Okay, Grish has pointed this out. That's not the way that the communication is supposed to be going. Isn't Charlie supposed to be telling Katie that it's time, and then Katie telling Sigfredo? Like, why is Sigfredo saying, Katie, I need money to go out of town? The
My
communication
point.
is not supposed to go that way.
That's my point. She's far deeper in this than the implication for the last 12 years.
Well, and who's telling Sigfredo it's time? How does Sigfredo know to ask for money?
She is the director. She is the director. I
Meanwhile, I mean, Charlie was giving her a lot of money. I mean, her
with
$12,000
nothing being done.
yeah. So, I mean, just in the last 2 months of 2013 alone, her cash deposits are $12,635. Okay, maybe a couple grand of that is the bar, right? The bottle girl thing or
Yeah,
whatever.
not
But I'm
even
talking
like
cash.
$1,300 or something.
Yeah, talking cash. So then fast forward to her 46,000 plus in 2014, and that's cash. deposits. It's not from Sophie Dental. It's not from well, she doesn't start getting checks from the Adelson Institute until September. But I'm saying, like, she is depositing massive amounts of cash. Charlie is giving her cash to get it done, but she's not giving it to Sigfredo. That's why it took 9 months. He literally started paying her. It's when the money starts going into her account on November 4th of 2013.
5 days into it. So
Yeah.
just we're not murderers. So it's hard for us to wrap our brain around that.
Well, you got to think like a murderer.
Right. So what happens in that conversation? It's Thursday night, October 31st. We're in the car in the parking lot. And hey, you got somebody can rough somebody up. Think about before that. Mom and Dad, I'm under contract for a house in Oxbottom, which is the neighborhood of the house. I'm under contract for a house. That puts Donna on notice. If I don't do something soon, this bitch is going to buy this house. We got to fix this. Cancel the contract. We're fixing it. We're going to get you down here.
Yep.
She hypes up her mother, who hypes up the brother, who hypes up Katie, and starts throwing money down her tits. I don't know how it happened. But think about it. All of that could not have happened in 5 days. Terminate the contract. Something had to happen before the termination of the contract.
Yeah, they were discussing things beforehand.
Absolutely.
She alluded to it earlier, but she got cut off. I don't know by who. I should have been, well, I can't really see the timestamps, but she alluded to it like that. Charlie is telling me things about his family has problems, and then on Halloween.
Yeah. She does. She knew before then. That conversation happened before then. He just didn't go to Mom in 4 days and say, I got somebody. And I still believe Harvey knew. Interesting.
What was on it or whatever, but I figured like he needed to scope someplace else, so if he's gonna go somewhere, then he needs a car
So
to
here,
do that.
alright. You're trying to answer for Garcia. Answer for you. Garcia came to you and asked for, did he come to you and ask for money? Did he come to you and say, hey, I need money? Hey, what Garcia was doing is totally different.
Yeah.
How did it go from you back to Charlie, back to Garcia? How did that?
He's asking the question that you just
I
brought up.
assume that's what Sigfredo told me. He's like telling me like, oh, I need money, like, to go scope this place out. So he needed like a vehicle.
Do you remember having conversations with Garcia?
How does Sigfredo know that Dan's going to be in town to go scope things out?
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Donna is not the one filling this information void. She's just not. She's getting that information from her daughter. Everyone here knows that. All 186 plus. There's no way Donna just is up there and knows that.
That he needed money, yeah, for rental, I guess so, yeah. And then I would just relay it back to like Charlie, like I need money so that they,
That's all I was asking.
Yeah.
How do you know that you need money?
I know it sounds like such a simple thing, but it's like I guess I'm just.
You're trying to go through
my
your
brain.
memory.
Because
Yeah.
it could have been in Miami, right?
Yeah, I guess I mean, I never assumed that it was gonna be in, maybe that was just my assumption, that it wasn't anywhere local.
Yeah.
You know, obviously if he's.
She's lying. They needed a couple $100s to make the trip. But they didn't need that couple $100 to make the trip to stay in Miami. That just doesn't even, it's not even logical. And they're not challenging her on it. I'm not a law enforcement person. I have no idea how this works.
No, they
but
should be
clearly cannot
challenging
work
her.
that. It cannot work like that. She's getting something. We don't know what. But for this, even to have this conversation.
Needing money, like what do you need money for? I'm not gonna ask you specifics. Okay, you get a car, you need, a place to stay, you need to rent somewhere.
So
I
us
just-
asking you questions, just trying to refresh your memory so
Yes.
you can bring up
Yes, sir.
details
Yeah.
about what you remember,
Yeah.
okay? So we're not trying to trick you or get you off track.
And
We're
I
just
get
trying to refresh
that,
your memory.
I'm trying to recall back too of like how it even like occurred or what was happening.
Okay, so at what point, how did Charlie get the money to you? Did he just meet you and give you
I
cash?
mean, like I was hanging out with him, so.
I believe so, Tallahassee Lassie.
$100.
You believe Wendy was talking to Sigfredo?
Well, yeah. I think that Wendy was getting so out of her mind that it wasn't happening. She thought it was going to happen
In
at
June.
some point in the. No, but no, she thought it was going to be happening at some point at the end of 2013.
Yeah. But remember in June, she's puking up her guts.
Yeah. Well, and I believe that the June trip was actually a second trip.
Oh, yeah, we all do. Who was
So
the first hitman?
it was the Jorge Varela
The guy who
and
was, yeah.
Sigfredo, the guy that gets locked up on the 2nd of June. He gets arrested. He's in jail. Sigfredo can't find him, so he's got to run around and get Luis. Because okay, so Grish is the one that broke this down, and he went through. I think you showed it on your channel.
Yeah, they did.
How he went through all of the depositions, and they had a very lengthy deposition with Jorge Varela, and he was in jail. And it's a very lengthy, very costly, right? They had to have a court reporter there.
That's
And
right.
it was
That's what he talks about.
Yeah, it was a very costly deposition. And I think that him and Sigfredo probably did a scoping out trip. And I did ask Grish, like, when did he think it happened? And he said, based on the phone calls and the activities, it was at the beginning of May.
So what was happening with Wendy in May? The end of the school year. End of FSU school year.
Yeah.
She still didn't get her money. It's been almost a year since their divorce. She didn't get the money. Dan is threatening her. The affidavit's a problem. The affidavit is a problem for her because she lied on her financial affidavit, and he was like, I'm going to take you. I'm going to take you so hard.
I mean, she even lied about her income that she was making from FSU, and he knew how much she was making.
Yep. He wanted her to keep her job. You cannot tell me that Sandy Delamberte would not have fired her in 30 seconds if Dan said, go ahead, fire her.
I know. I loved him. Everybody loves Sandy.
Sandy's a man.
Yes, yes.
There's no way. I know that people like whatever, Dan, he was a catch in the legal world. He was a big catch. He brought a lot of money to the school. Truth. She did not. The school likes when you bring them money. She was a pain in the ass. Ask anybody who worked in the law department.
Mm-hmm. Well, so what's going on with the court files is okay, so
I'm so mild, Blue River says. Thank you.
yeah, so okay. So we talked about how on January 30th of 2014, that's when Dan files the motion that Wendy breached the marital settlement agreement. It gives him the right to withhold the 120K, but he writes her a check for
Say that again. What gives
54,720
him the right to withhold? Say it again. Could you do that?
that she's breached the marital settlement agreement.
Right. Okay.
And then that's why he does not owe her 120. So he
Correct.
writes her a check for $54,725.38 and says that's all he owes her because she's breached the marital settlement agreement. And then he writes because she's lied about assets, not allowing Skype calls. Well, then, okay. Then after that, hang on. Okay. On February
Thank you,
4th.
Dream. Wait a second. Thank you, Dreamweaver, for saying this is interesting. I really appreciate it. And
Thank
so
you.
let me tell you what Judy says. And Harvey paid for hotel rooms for Donna's jail friends. In my honest opinion, he should be charged with witness tampering at least.
Yeah.
Don't
And
disagree.
I wonder what they were doing in those in those hotel rooms while they were out.
Gag. Go ahead.
I bet you we know what were they the ones that were like $59.99? Never mind.
Mhm.
Okay. So on February 4th of 2014, this is when Wendy files a protective order against Dan, and because she doesn't want to be deposed in the divorce.
Right. That's a problem for her. And she knows it.
And then Dan files a counter motion on the same day, wanting more information about Wendy's financials. And then, okay, so in between all this, Donna's like emailing and poking. March 7th through the 11th is the alternative spring break in Immokalee.
What day?
March 7th through the 11th.
Okay.
Because Jeffrey and Wendy are done with the Immokalee spring break, and then they go to Yardbird that evening on 3/11/2014.
Right.
And Tuto and Tato are watching them from the car. Remember? They're watching them from a vehicle parked across the street. They're watching them on the patio. Jeffrey, Wendy, Katie, and Charlie all eating dinner at Yardbird. Because Tuto, Sigfredo, he wants to, he's acting all jealous. Tato's like, calm down. And like, he actually wants to, ram the car into them. And like Sigfredo's acting like a fool.
Because he's an addict. He's just a rage baiter.
Yeah.
He's just an animal. He really is an animal. So Judy says, I was annoyed by Katie's attitude. She seemed like she didn't make the move, saying she had info to give. So dumb. She's a liar.
Well, she doesn't give any info. Really.
No, she doesn't. Even in this, we're at 43 minutes in. Granted, we're at 2 hours in it. But she doesn't say anything other than, I want to say the right thing. I want to say the right thing. I want to say the right thing. Dude, shut up. Tell us the truth. She doesn't, because she's buried in this.
Yeah, and obviously he knew what it was for. Not like, I'm just like, I didn't think about it. I wasn't there oh, okay, this is for this and that. I wasn't.
As the go-between, Magdalena knew more than she is admitting to the detectives. Charlie would not have continued to give money without knowing exactly what it was for. And if he had been in contact with Garcia himself, he wouldn't have needed Magdalena at all.
I'm just, okay, I was just okay with it. I was just doing it. Okay, you need the money? Okay, I don't want to know what for. I don't know. Obviously now I know the rental and all that stuff, but it's I didn't know.
I got getting the money.
Yeah,
take care of Charlie's problem.
Do whatever you need to do, whatever, and then I will get it from one end to another.
Okay.
All right.
At that point, did you know Lewis was involved?
No. That whole thing, with Lewis was all.
Oh, actually.
Okay, I know we're gonna be jumping into a lot of things, and I hope I'm not frustrating you,
No,
because
you're
I
fine.
feel
Go ahead.
You're not frustrating us. No, it's. I'm watching
She's getting so much attention right now. Ugh. Look at her.
the process in your head.
And it's like I talk with my hands, I'm getting nervous, like
It's fine, it's fine. Go ahead.
because I know like my brain is like jumping from one place to another. The whole thing with Lewis is obviously like, and that's how Sigfredo functions too. He never tells me. You think he's gonna tell me? He doesn't tell me things. This is what I want you guys to understand. Sigfredo does not tell me things. He tries to keep me away from a lot of things.
Sure.
A lot of things upset me through the trial that I found out that it's like it hurts for me to know because this is the father of my children. You know, like I'm not like. He's not a bad person. I know it sounds bad, but it's like he's not this person.
He's an animal. He is an animal. He hurts people and does it his whole life, probably.
And granted, I went to him, obviously, stupid mistake for even me to be involved in any of this. But when the whole I guess the bump or whatever, and like the weird phone calls and Charlie telling me this thing or whatever, little by little I kind of like, and then the whole Lewis thing, and that's what like clicked.
Ugh. So, Gravel Gertie, I'm going to explain this. Somewhere in my distant memory, I recall Donna claiming the money Wendy hid from Dan was inherited money. I believe it was from her grandmother. So, not a marital asset. That's not the issue. The issue is you still claim it. It doesn't have, it's not for her to decide marital or that's judges. But she was to put it on the affidavit and she didn't.
In my head, I was like Lewis, like Tato and Tuto, like, you know, they always mistake their names. And then I'm just like again, me and Sigfredo, we never had a chance to like talk. Like he doesn't, like and I've asked that, you know, I've asked plenty of times, like, Tara, why can't we be in a room with, you know, Sigfredo? Like, I need to know these things. Like, I can't answer these questions. I know it's kind of just like, I know to protect, like, you know, like both sides or whatever, but I needed to see him face to face. I needed that. Like now it's like we've been so separated so far. It's like, I don't even know.
See, the problem is we don't want you talking about what Sigfredo told you after the fact. We want you telling us what you know leading up to all this and during all of this. You were with Sigfredo. You were with Charlie.
Yeah.
You were part of a lot of these conversations.
Yes.
And that's what we want to hear from you is what those conversations were and how they went along. I mean, at one point you did know Lewis was involved because you tried calling Lewis to get a hold of Sigfredo right after the murder.
Yeah.
You had his old number.
Yeah.
You called his old number. So somehow you did know that he was with Lewis. That's why you tried to call Lewis.
But I never knew, like, I really honestly never knew that he
Oh my God.
Lewis, I mean.
If you have to say, I really honestly never knew, you knew exactly. She's like a 14-year-old.
Yeah, she knew to call Lewis to find Sigfredo because Sigfredo wasn't picking up the phone.
So she knew exactly. And finally, he challenged her. Finally. This is definitely before her eyebrows. Dame Edna, this is old.
I don't know what made me like call him or him call me, or I'm just trying to reach him. I'm trying to get to him.
Yeah, and he's the only one you tried to call at that time until you got hold of Ortiz. But anyways.
Before that trip, you knew that he was going with him on that trip.
No, I never knew that he was going with him.
How did you know to call him?
Maybe not the first trip, but the second trip you knew he was there, right? Because you were talking to him during that second trip, right? Talking to Sigfredo.
Yeah, but he never told me that he was with Lewis. Like he never explained that. He never told me that he was with Lewis. Okay. Because even with the whole thing.
Yeah, this is a little less than 5 months after her conviction.
Why does it seem like
and 3 months after her sentencing?
You know, like something was going on with Lewis. Like he was almost kind of like, oh, let me find out. Like, what is somebody talking to Lewis, or is he like talking to, you know, like police or whatever about something? Because why is his name coming up? But he never told me anything that he was with Lewis. Like I know, like that's one thing.
Wait, time out.
Because I didn't know that.
She is bald-faced lying. We all know that when Sigfredo and Luis are in The hotel room the night before the murder. Luis Rivera posts an owl picture, and Katie calls Sigfredo and says, "Tell Luis to take that down off Instagram." So she knows that Luis is with Sigfredo. Why are they? Why? Oh, I kind of wish that they would confront her a little bit more.
I don't know why they're being so nice to her. What do they need from her?
I don't know why
Is
they're
this
not
about
confronting
Charlie's
her.
testimony? Is that what this is about? Because of Charlie's
They're trying
trial?
to get her to. Yeah, they're trying to get her to say um, that Charlie is involved. Because remember, prior to this, even on the stand for both of her trials, she said Charlie was not involved. So this is she was convicted at the somewhere at the end of May in 2022. Then she was sentenced in July, and then this is October of 2022. So I guess now she wants to say, "Hey, Charlie was involved,"
So you
'cause
think she called them
or well,
or
obviously
Tara
Chris
Kwas or
DeCoste.
someone?
Well, she keeps talking about Chris. So Chris
Chris.
DeCoste, like,
Yeah,
yeah.
Tara was out by this time, right?
Well, I think that they were both still representing her, but it seems like she was having conversations at some point with Chris DeCoste saying, and I guess maybe he was saying, "Hey, you need to, um, you need to cooperate because maybe they'll reduce your sentence." I don't know, but I mean, there's a reason that they went to Lowell, because then her second proffer is at the state attorney's office in Tallahassee because she's
Oh,
in front of the
that's
big
where it's
window.
okay. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
I
she's
couldn't
looking out
remember. I
over
knew she was in a
Cascade.
meeting room.
Yeah, she's looking out over like the Veterans Memorial and all of
Oh, that's
that
right.
that like leads to Cascade.
But she's lying.
Right. Like they know from Luis that she called Sigfredo and said take that Instagram post down because it tells your location and that you're in Tallahassee.
And I know what Grish is saying about that hex code, but I think that shirt that she has on in that image at uh, Lake Ella is
Mhm.
exactly that owl shirt.
Yeah, and I mean, I mean, I agree too because it kind of looks like a white, like we can see part of the owl, but
Right.
yeah, I don't know how to do all of that, I I'm wondering if like being in the shade and the
Yeah, I believe it is the owl. I
yeah,
absolutely believe.
yeah, I've always said she wore the same clothes 2 days in a row because she was up all night. Well, we know that she was running around like a chicken with her head cut off on Thursday, meaning the unindicted co-conspirator,
Wait,
right? But
Leslie B says, stupid question. Is there a proffer when she comes clean? No, there's not. Which is why I said, unless they have something where they've talked to her again and she is like spilled her entire guts. I got this check, used it for myself, the entire thing. I talked to this person at this time. Absolutely not. She shouldn't get 1 day of respite, not 1 day.
no, and they really need someone who's going to confront her with all of the facts, not
Well, like
interrupt her,
you should be the one doing it
and
because
then let
she
her
is
speak.
lying. She
Yeah.
called and said, get that photo down. And he removed the photo from the Instagram.
So
It's
she
an
knew
owl.
Luis was with him.
You cannot tell me she is not where. I mean, when I saw that photo, I immediately thought I saw an owl on her shirt. And it's just a sign. She wasn't at Lake Ella that night with the boys, but she was at Nomads. I'm convinced now. She was at Nomad's art gallery because friends of her were doing some sort of art thing. She makes it sound like it was an art exhibition. It was handbags, okay? It was
Right, yeah.
handbags at Nomad's, which is next to Sakura, which is next to Crew de Gras, which is right where Sigfredo's phone pinged.
No, it was the GPS on the Prius pinged at 12:26
That
a.m.
at
Yeah,
Crew de
that.
Gras. Right. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, right. But she said
Yeah.
she was there for hours.
Well, she also went to Ryan Cox's home on the evening of the 17th, Thursday, to drop off outgrown clothes for the boys, so she didn't have to, take them to Miami in
So
the
wait a
next few
second.
days
Let's go back. So she puts herself at Lake Ella for a long time
for the food trucks for
for
4
the food
hours.
truck for hours. No, she just said I was there hours and hours.
Yeah, well, it lasted. I think it was like what, 5 to 9.
But we
What were
don't
the?
know that she went home at 5 to 9.
No, I'm just saying, like the food trucks were a certain time frame.
Right. It was till 9. And the what you call it, the art thingy was at 5 o'clock too.
Yep. I don't know. We don't know what time she was at Ryan Cox's. Ryan Cox is the
Trying to
female.
see,
She's
where did Ryan live? I'm looking it up. I'm trying to find it.
she just says that she just says Thursday night
Right.
that
I was there for hours and hours with my friend Malia, my new friend. No one believes she was with Malia. Okay. Nobody. Do you believe she was with Malia? I don't.
no, no, I think it's a made up person.
So his phone goes right there at what time?
It was 12:26 a.m. is where the Prius GPS dings. Well, and it's actually, because it's after midnight, it's 7:18. It's the 18th of July.
Right.
But it's late night on Thursday night. And yeah. So she claims she's at an art gallery. She claims she's at the food trucks. Ryan Cox says that she's dropping off clothes. She posts that Facebook picture. We don't know when it was taken. We don't know what date it was taken, but it was posted on her Facebook of her and the boys at Lake Ella with the U-Haul in the back.
I'm looking up where Ryan Cox lived. Hold on. It was right near Cobb Middle School in Blessed Sacrament. So it's right downtown.
Okay,
Same
it's
thing.
not far. Yeah.
Nope. Nope. Ryan Cox lived, if you're gonna look at that,
Yeah, she could just take Northman Road, a 5th Street, cut
from
through,
Lake
go over there.
Ella. From Lake Ella to where she lived was 1 mile, 1.5 miles.
Okay, yeah.
It was all in Midtown. She never left
Mhm.
Midtown that night. But why not leave Midtown that night? Because you needed to be around.
Yeah.
Crazy land. These people.
Still later on. And I know that I called him, but it's like, I don't know what made me call him that day, or if I had seen him beforehand, or.
So in June,
The timing of the call is too convenient to be a coincidence, but the detectives are willing to let that point slide for now.
they made a trip up, and nothing happened. Did you know? Was there any conversation after the June trip with you and Garcia about nothing happening?
Was there a conversation after that?
Yeah.
Not that I can recall, no.
I mean, because obviously it didn't, and so I'm wondering what triggered them going back again in July.
And how did they fund that too? So obviously something had to go back and forth to Charlie to know that there's gonna be a second trip. So what?
Tell us about it. Tell us what you
I don't
know.
know, I just like, I can't, okay, because, okay, June, you said that they went, yeah, well, obviously they went, or just one, I don't like that,
They both,
I don't.
yeah, they both went in June.
Uh-huh.
Right here.
And then actually, I think Wendy came down to Miami, and that's when you all went to the beach.
That was around June? Yeah, but I have never spoken to Wendy about anything, like,
That was the next question.
yeah, like I've never spoken to Wendy about.
So you tell us, did Wendy know about this? Did Wendy know what was going on here? Did she know
From that
about
time,
this?
I mean, I think they kept it like, I think Charlie's always said that my family doesn't know anything, like, or Wendy doesn't know anything. So at some point, I mean, I figured out that he would.
Yeah.
So Charlie was like, to you, like, anybody knows nothing?
Wendy never writes down Malia. She says it to her pseudo friends in the interrogation room.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, see, this is where it gets difficult because it's like like with the whole, okay, I don't even know how to explain it, but it's I don't know. Like I just feel like every single time that like Charlie would like talk to his mom, like it was always like if I was like in the house, like he never talked to her, like on the phone with me. He'd always walk away and stuff. But I almost feel like his mom always knew something was going on and something needed to be taken care of.
Would he ever
Like
tell
his
you
mom.
though? He would never tell you.
I mean, like he kind of like he was the type that he would realize, like, oh, like my family doesn't know anything about that. But in my head, I'm like, okay, then why do you walk away? And like whenever we're talking about something, or like like you don't want me to hear it. Like you don't want me to hear something.
Email messages from Donna to Wendy showed that both knew that something was going on and that Donna was like.
So she's in that slut dress right there. True crime.
Oh yeah, she takes off the lays,
And then Daddy-O
and then Dad
pumps up her boobs.
pumps up her boobs.
Trash.
Likely the one who was pulling the strings.
So obviously his mom must have known something.
Well, later on, throughout the whole bump, Charlie tried to get you to come down and meet with his parents. Do you remember that? We even played those calls in trial, so you've heard that call again since you've had it.
True crime. Are you seeing this? A couple people, Blue River is
Oh,
talking
yeah, I
about
know.
Malia. What does Malia really mean? And I am not disagreeing because I think everything that wench bag says is code. Everything.
Well, Malia is Hawaiian for Mary. Malia means the waves are calm in Hawaii when people can't surf. There are Spain
Yeah, because
hotels
she's
called
fluent in
Malia.
Spanish and Portuguese,
Yeah.
I think, are like two languages.
Yeah, and those Malia hotels are located all over the world. Like, yes, they're in Cuba, they're in Argentina, they're in Spain. They originated in
He
Spain.
brings up something about I think Malia, her new friend was Sigfredo, and the spelling means bad man. Here it goes. I think so too, Blue. The spelling Malia or Malia means bad man that's going to shoot her husband.
Well, and I know some people keep saying, "Oh, it's in her book." No, the person in her book is Mila.
Yeah, it's not.
It's the character. One of the characters
But
is
it
Mila.
easily changed for her new friend that she
Yeah.
spent hours and hours with, and we have no idea if law enforcement ever went and looked. We don't know. We don't know.
Oh, look. Leslie stayed at a Malia in Cancun. Tinfoil stayed at a Malia in Venezuela. They're really nice hotels.
Her Victoria's
Decided
Secret
not to go
dress.
inside. You said meet me down the street at the restaurant. I don't want to meet your parents. I want to meet down the street at the
I don't
restaurant.
think I ever said I want to meet your parents.
That was on the calls. He was wanting you to. He was wanting you to come into the icon and meet with his parents. And you were like, yeah, I want you to come down. I don't want to come in there.
Look at the look on her face when he's gagging her on this.
Yeah, and I want you to come down to Charlie. So
Yeah, like I don't.
you don't remember that either?
No, I remember meeting up with him, but I don't remember him like insinuating like, oh, you'd have. He said that he was with his parents, but I've never.
Yeah, good one, Armand.
And all, no.
Said it was a friend of a friend.
we're all together.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Never had any conversation.
Yep, a friend of a friend.
Never had a conversation.
It was code for Luis. I'm sorry, code for Sigfredo, in my opinion.
Damn. Why are we in charge? God.
I want to be
not in charge of this.
I want to be the
We
interrogator.
invent new people. I know. Put her in. Oh, I'd love a room.
We would have. Oh my God, I could get her to talk.
Julia
If
says,
there-
Wendy's book gives books a bad name. That is hilarious. I'm going to write that on her Amazon review. I am.
And if you were here from trivia, there was a box of her books in the back of her minivan.
She
When
give them
she was
away
at
at
the
the
TPE.
ABC? Dude, I know people like that though. They self-publish.
She probably was driving around Tallahassee and putting them in those little like
It
little
was a
libraries that are all over the parks.
Sigfredo was a friend of a friend though, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a good one. I always
Good
call him
job.
Armand Fence,
I know.
Armand
I call
Fence.
him Armand.
Yeah, like obviously, like I said, like I put like that's how my brain is working too. It's like I'm putting things, and I was like, okay, what's this?
Well, what
happening
you just
again?
said is what you know. And
Yes.
that's literally all we're here trying to do.
Yeah.
Do not guess
And I
on
don't want
what
to
you
say
would.
my opinion, and I don't want to like. I don't
And we
wanna
will
put
know
too
the
much
difference
time.
in your opinion, but what you know and what you heard is all we're here trying to get to.
Well, what
If
you've
believe
seen
something, that's fine.
and what you've heard is important, even though what developed your opinion.
Yeah.
Did you see something outside of what you saw in trial? Did you see something before trial, before all this happened, that led you to that?
Do you have for sure that Kara was Kara, the social worker? Wasn't it Kara, true crime?
Oh, I don't know. She only mentioned
Remember
the
we looked it
person.
up? I was talking to Kara. I believe
Yeah.
it's the Kara, Kara.
What do you mean by that?
We'll
Like,
go back to
did you hear Charlie saying something? Did you see him doing something? Did you experience something that now you think, oh, that's why she knows, because Charlie said this or said that or did that? Is there anything that led you to believe
Well,
that?
the whole conversation with his mom, like like again, it's like it was going back and forth. Like he's having a conversation with his mom. He must have mentioned something about me because his mom is like obviously talking about me.
You're talking about the Title III calls again. What you heard in trial?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I guess we'll backtrack. Let's go back to July of 2013. They make another trip. Was the circumstances surrounding that was similar to the other one where money had to be exchanged to rent a car?
Yeah, if Sigfredo had asked me, like,
Do you remember that?
if he didn't have any money, he probably would have asked me, like, here, I need some money.
But
Ah,
do
so
you
do
remember?
I don't.
You don't remember
I
it?
don't remember if he had asked me for money for
Do
that.
you remember Sigfredo going to Tallahassee?
No, this is the whole time.
So I'm gonna ask you a couple specific things in this world because these are just things I'm trying to confirm. So, do you remember anything about when Rivera testified about this stuff? Do you remember anything about the Instagram and Rivera posting something stupid?
What he was talking about, like the tiger or whatever he had.
Yeah.
He had
It has changed, yes. It might be a zebra next week, I don't know.
I mean, like through the trial and stuff, but
No,
nothing
but do
that
you
happened.
remember?
Oh, like
you
him
personally-
that happening? No.
Yeah, you don't remember calling and saying, hey, you dumbass, you put something on what you said.
No, I would have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I never knew about Lewis being with Sigfredo.
Oh my God, she's such a liar.
I just wasn't, but like
Let's go to the part about after it's done. And there's a phone call between you and Garcia. It's the first phone call, you've seen it 1,000 times. First phone call after it's completed, they're about an hour and a half away from Tallahassee. And Rivera says he hears you and Garcia talking.
Mhm.
Where were you when that conversation took place?
Garcia made an incriminating post on social media shortly after the murder, giving away his location. Magbuana angrily confronted him and forced him to take it down.
When I was talking to Sigfredo on the phone,
After Dan has already been shot.
what was he saying that like I know, or like I said I know,
Yeah.
but I never said I know, or even
I-
had a
we're getting
conversation.
there.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. So where were you? Yeah. Do you remember where you were when that call was made?
What did she just say about I know? That was such convoluted crap right there, hon.
They're basically asking her, did you say I know when Sigfredo called you
Yeah.
after the hit?
Take it
And
down.
she's saying, no, I never said I know. And now they're asking her, where was she?
Dan has already been shot.
What was he saying that like I know, or like I said I know,
Yeah.
but I never said I know, or even
I-
had a
we're getting
conversation.
there.
Yeah.
I'm getting there.
Just
So where were you? Yeah. Do you remember where you were when that call was made?
No.
Okay. So you don't remember?
Me and Sigfredo would talk, but I don't know. Like maybe I was in the house, in my house, in Treasure Drive.
Okay.
Either that or I don't remember. I don't
Well,
recall
let's
what was that.
get this. You did take money from Charlie's house
Yes.
and take it and meet Garcia and Rivera.
The day after.
That's where it gets a little blurry for me too, because I've gone, to Lewis's house plenty
Well,
of times and going.
okay, irrelevant.
Yeah,
You took money.
yeah.
How much money did you get from Charlie?
I never saw it.
What was
put
it?
in the trunk. Okay,
Go through that whole thing. I don't care what day that was. Just tell me what that was.
okay. The night that Charlie told me to come over to his house, and that he was like frantic about everything, I was like, okay, whatever, I'll come over. That's when he had mentioned that about the accident, but I didn't know that Markel got shot. Like, I didn't know about that. Like,
You knew
I don't think he. Yeah, I didn't. Not even him. I don't know if it was him that he was. I think so. I guess, but like never saying about like him getting shot or whatever. That's why that phone call of me knowing would have never occurred, because I wouldn't even know anything. And Charlie
Oh,
didn't say
she's
anything.
such a liar.
Obviously, a phone call occurred because there's records of that, and you and Garcia
Well,
talked.
yeah, like of me
But
saying
you don't
that.
remember the specifics that Rivera's telling.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, fine, that's fine. We
Okay.
can work with that.
Before you went to Charlie's, you went and met with Sigfredo. When they got back to town that night, you went and met with Sigfredo. Then you went to Charlie's. You remember that?
I don't think I met with Alfredo though. Like, I had
Talking
records
to
that I
him,
was
did
talking to him.
Talked to him, and then you showed up right there when they were close to her house, and records show you all they went to Duffy's, the sports bar they went to.
That was close by or
Yeah,
whatever.
right, close by.
I don't recall meeting up with Alfredo. I do recall going to Charlie's house.
Because right after that, that's when you talked to Charlie and you drove up there to Charlie's house. Right after you.
Because I know I left, and we were like, Charlie was telling me to come over to his house.
Do you
At that
remember
time, he was
meeting
kind
with
of.
Sigfredo after we got back and telling you that it's taken care of or any of that? Like, do you remember meeting with him when you got back in town?
When he got back in town.
And I understand you don't know that they at this time that he killed him or shot him, but do you remember him meeting saying that this is handled? We handled this for your friend or anything?
After that, I don't know if he might have come. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
They just said something.
What? I had to go get her water. What?
Yeah, they just said something that I didn't catch
Hold
before.
on. Hold on.
Lewis being with Alfredo.
Alright, so let's go.
Katie met up with Sigfredo at a place called Duff's before she went to get the money from Charlie.
Where's Duff's?
It's a place in Miami, a bar or something.
You just figured this out right now?
No, this is the first time I'm catching it. I have not
Oh.
seen this video in a long time. I've seen the other one several.
Okay.
I don't remember. I don't recall.
Well, let's get this. You did take money from Charlie's house
Yes.
and take it and meet Garcia and Rivera.
The day after.
That's where it gets a little blurry for me.
It's not blurry. It's an admission of guilt, and she really struggles with it.
Me too, because I've gone, to Lewis's house plenty
Well,
of times and going.
okay, irrelevant.
Yeah.
You took money.
Yeah.
How much money did you get from Charlie?
I never saw it. He
What was
put
it?
in the trunk. Okay.
Go through that whole thing. I don't care what day that was.
That
Just tell me what-
that horn, honestly, every time she lies, I feel like that horn goes off.
The night that Charlie told me to come over to his house, and that he was like frantic about everything, I was like, okay, whatever, I'll come over. That's when he had mentioned that about the accident, but I didn't know that Markel got shot. Like, I didn't know about that. Like,
You knew it
I
was
don't
her.
think he. Yeah.
The accident? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
The accident. Because that's what Wendy would tell people. It was the accident.
I didn't. Not even him. I don't know if it was him that he was. I think so. I guess, but like never saying about like him getting shot or whatever. That's why that phone call of me knowing would have never occurred, because I wouldn't even know anything, and Charlie didn't say anything on the
Well,
phone.
obviously, a phone call occurred because there's records of that, and you and Garcia talked.
Well, yeah, like of me
But
saying
you don't
that.
remember the specifics that Rivera's telling.
Yes.
Okay, fine, that's fine. We can work with that.
Before you went to Charlie's, you went and met with Sigfredo. When they got back to town that night, you went and met with Sigfredo. Then you went to Charlie's. You remember that?
I don't think I met with Alfredo though. Like,
So
He's
my Miami source that knows Wendy very well said she used to tell the boys that he was killed in an accident.
Right.
Had
Talking
records
to
that
him,
I was
did
talking to
you
him.
talk to him, then you showed up right there when they were close to her house, and records show you all, they went to was it Duffy's? Is that the sports bar they went to?
That was close by or
Yeah,
whatever.
right, close by.
I don't recall meeting up with Zipper. I do recall going to Charlie's house.
Because right after that, that's when you talked to Charlie and you drove up there to Charlie's house. Right after you.
Yeah, because Sigfredo was like,
We were like,
we need the money.
come over to his house.
See, this is another thing. This is another thing. During the whole planning of this, while Katie is like pocketing money, right? Like keeping it from Sigfredo, she's also essentially keeping it from Luis. And that's keeping money from an LK.
That's the bigger problem, is keeping it from Louise.
She is very afraid of Luis.
She should be afraid of him right now. Because if she gets out and Lewis doesn't, and Lewis has to go to state prison, she should be very worried. Not from him, but he knows people.
Hey, he is in the Bureau of Prisons inmate locator. You
Yeah,
have to look him
find
up
it.
via
I didn't-
his number.
Yeah, I didn't find it.
Yeah,
But
no,
yeah.
I'm just saying, like, I think
Right.
when people like, because I got his number
There's
off
so
of
many
the
Lois
paperwork.
Riveras, so
Yeah.
But seriously, if she gets, think about that safety issue. She gets out and he has to go to the state. Oh man. Jeez.
Well,
Jeez
see,
Louise.
We'll see another thing that Luis says in his proffer, and it's very important. Okay, Luis was under a RICO investigation, okay, with the LKs, right?
Mhm.
That's why he was locked up.
Yeah.
And that started in January of 2014. Okay, Tuto, who is Sigfredo, he is listed in the RICO paperwork as being an associate. It says Tuto. So he's not an LK, but he's associated with them.
Do you remember me?
Fast forward, she, after the hit, right? The hit happens July 2014. And then Luis gets busted with the RICO. He doesn't say anything. He gets sent to prison for 12 years. He gets incarcerated, I believe it's 2015. Like I believe he's incarcerated at the beginning of 2015. I can't remember the date. But while and Luis says this during his proffer, while he's in prison, and he says, while I'm in Coleman, I'm hearing all this stuff about how Sigfredo and Katie keep getting money because they had spent all of the money from the hit like pretty much right away. Right? Like Sigfredo's 40K was gone fast. Like 7,000 at the Hard Rock Casino he lost. There's, Luis kind of breaks it down, talks about all these things that he bought and how he just didn't have any money. But while Luis is locked up, he keeps hearing about how Katie's driving a new car. Sigfredo got a new car, that they are still getting money from Charlie. Because remember, Charlie didn't stop paying Katie, right? He kept giving her money. They
Right.
have her on the books at the Adelson Institute. But she's also still getting cash from Charlie. Luis is hearing about it while he's in prison, and it's pissing him off. I think that's another reason why her and Jessica's relationship went all to hell too, because Jessica might be the one telling Luis what she's seeing on the street while he's locked up.
That makes perfect sense.
She is very afraid, and when the bump happens, she thinks 100% it is Luis. Like like those wiretaps, she thinks it's Luis. When her brother Francis right after she's arrested, her brother Francis goes to see her in the jail, and they speak in Tagalog, which is Filipino language. They speak in Tagalog. That transcript was translated into English, but it's terrible. Like it's rough. Um, but she indicates several times to Francis about Luis being in prison and trying to come after her. Have you ever heard the Tagalog transcript from English?
No.
Yeah.
Where is that? You have that?
Yeah, I have a copy of it. I got it from Leslie B.
So
And Loophole Lawyer and Judy, they read it on her channel, but Loophole it I wish that they would have just read it, because Loophole adds all of his funny flares and does a whole
Mhm.
bunch of, but it's not the real transcript that like Loophole Lawyer doesn't stay on script per se.
yeah, she used to tell the boys that he was killed in an accident.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, part of me, if you're innocent, you don't want to say, "Hey, Daddy was shot in the head in his driveway," but it's just so funny that she says an accident. Everything is code for these people.
After we got back and telling you that it's taken care of or any of that, like, do you remember meeting with him when he got back in town?
When he got back in town.
And I understand you don't know that they, at this time, that he killed
Charlie is still in protective custody, which is why he's in South Dakota.
him or shot him, but do you remember him meeting saying that this is handled? We handled this for your friend or anything?
After that, I don't know if he might have come. I don't know.
I'm just saying,
I'm not
we're gonna
gonna
use
say
facilitate
that
a phone call with Charlie to get the money.
Well, obviously Charlie knew something happened. Therefore, when that happened, he was supposed to have like money like ready because
Okay,
he knew that he had to pay.
so that was the understanding, once it was done, that he was to pay right
Yes,
away.
yeah, but I wasn't.
She acts like she has to say the word penis out loud. Like, what is she doing?
Like,
You know
I
what I
don't know, I'm
mean?
going up there to go meet up with Charlie.
These
so that,
proffers are worthless.
like, he doesn't want to say anything, obviously, on the phone.
Right.
So when I got up there, I just remember that he was like frantic and he was just like, I even remember he had like a gun with him, and I was just like, what? Like, but he was like just acting weird at that when I got to his house. And I know he had taken like a Xanax, and then I might have too, because we just fell asleep. Like, I can't even recall like what conversation was happening or whatever. I just know that he, in the morning before I left, he's like, hey, it's in your trunk. And I was like, okay, in my understanding that's like the money in my trunk. Never looked at it, never opened anything, never had it like in my hand.
Why would Charlie be giving you money for an accident?
With Charlie?
No, with Garcia and Rivera.
So you left Charlie's house that next morning.
The money. And then when
Yes.
tell us
Okay,
what happened
when I drove back down, I think that's when I'm trying to look for Sigfredo, and he was like nowhere to be found, and that's when I had like called, I don't know if he called me or I called him or whatever, because that's why with the phone number was like confusing me, because other people had their phones, like, remember you told me, I mean, like you said that it wasn't even, it was.
So you mean you called a number you
number.
had for Rivera that somebody else answered?
No, you're talking about Ortiz, aren't you?
Yeah, like I don't know if was he living in that apartment in Biscayne or whatever, like other people were like hanging out.
You know where it was.
Well, I know he was at Shrimp's house,
Yeah, I don't know where, I think he was house hopping around that time.
but I think he had his apartment too, somewhere along like 70 something in Biscayne.
He could have, to be honest with you.
But either
And
way,
that's where like, all of them hung out or whatever, but like they would exchange phones and stuff, like other people, like, is the Ortiz number Hebreo's phone?
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember Hebrew was always like at his house, so I'm trying to contact them, that's why I'm never trying to contact Lewis.
So you're coming
that was
from
later.
the
That
Well,
was
she
after.
called Lewis.
Tried to call Lewis first on his old number. And then you
Yeah.
Okay,
But
So all this was just to
the record
find
show.
Sigfredo.
Yes.
So all these calls you're making is you now have the money. You left Charlie's house. Charlie gave you the money. It's your understanding. Obviously, you didn't see it and touch it. I get that.
Yeah.
But you knew that he put money in the back to pay
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
So all these calls you're making is to try and find Sigfredo to give him this money. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Where do you find him?
I think I was parked behind, I don't know if I don't know how I came about, but like I just ended up like in the, kind of like, in the hallway of like the alleyway of Lewis's, apartment.
Yeah, Luis got Huberto to go get Sigfredo. Luis, okay, she did call Luis first because they just basically said, no, you called Luis first after you couldn't get in touch with Sigfredo. And then she's talking about how she called Anthony Ortiz. She called Huberto's number. Well, Huberto is Luis's do boy in the gang. So when Luis calls Sigfredo and finds out that he's at Shrimp's house, which is what he kind of thought anyway, then Luis hangs up and then calls Huberto to go drive over to Shrimp's house, pick up Sigfredo and bring him to Luis's house because Katie is coming there for the money to give them the money. So they all meet back up at Luis's. You're on mute.
In the chat, and my phone says, Katie Magnanoa said the money was moldy and called SG, and he said to blow it dry. So you did open it. Of course she opened it. She knew the money was wet.
I mean, these
Simple
proffers are
lies.
worthless.
And that's the point. It's such simple lies that they should be like, they should be doing that. Now we've granted we've had years of listening to the same thing that they didn't have, but you clearly opened it because otherwise how would you know it was wet?
Well, it's just the fact that she can't be honest at all.
And how long does it take money to turn moldy?
Well, I think that, I mean, it might have even been money that they were waiting to pay them since the very first
I just thought of
trip.
that. How long does it take for money to turn moldy in a bag?
Well,
That's
if
not
it's
overnight.
wet, no, it's at least a month, if not 2 months. So like if what I think happened was that there was actually a first trip in May, it might have been sitting in Ziploc bags since May.
Wait a second. Hey,
Because
Wesley, thank you so much. Thank you
Hey,
so much.
Wesley
It's good to
loves
see you.
October.
But seriously, how long was that moldy wet?
I mean, it was probably in there at least a month, if not 2 or more. Since the first attempt, which I think happened before the June trip.
June to July in layers of plastic, humidity. Yeah, but they're
Oh,
in
yeah.
air conditioning. They didn't leave it outside.
Yeah, but if it's wet and it's like sitting, like you throw it at, maybe they threw it under, under some clothes in a closet. I don't know. I don't know what the Adelsons did with it before they gave it to Katie, but it was moldy.
So it's well before the time.
It's well before.
Like he
Lewis
was,
did?
no,
Oh, Sigfredo
Sigfredo did. Because, I guess he didn't want me to know that he was somewhere else and clearly he was at Shrimp's house and, I couldn't find him or anything.
What made you go to the alleyway outside of Lewis's
I
apartment?
think he told me to go over there or,
So you got a hold of him on the phone and he told you to go meet him over there?
yeah, I just thought that I had to go over there.
What happened then?
So he goes, he gets in the car, was like, hey, you got a package in the bag, grabs it and goes. And then I left to go home because, I left to go home.
Did you ever?
She didn't leave. She went inside and visited with Jessica and the new baby Lulu.
Yep.
And then Sigfredo and Luis left and went back to the barbershop because that's where Luis got called. That's where Katie called him at when he couldn't find Sigfredo. Luis was getting a haircut.
Ready for the mold timeline? 24 to 48 hours, mold spores begin to germinate if the bag is kept at room temperature. 3 to 7 days, visible mold growth often appears if the bills are soaked. 1 to 4 weeks, they may have extensive mold musty odor and discoloration begin to deteriorate. So probably less than 2 weeks. Because they were still wet and moldy. Not, I mean, she never says they were going to deteriorate.
Well, if anybody has $138,000 in cash at their house in some Ziplocs, you guys do an experiment and then let us know.
No, I never saw the
Like in the
package.
pack,
That's crazy.
something that
No.
grabbed out of the trunk.
And he didn't give you a third
He,
of that money?
he didn't give me money till like he came back like later on. I don't know if it was the same day,
I
but
don't
like
believe
then
that.
he gave me money.
So
No
now
way.
she's saying that Sigfredo paid her?
I don't know.
Came
Yeah.
back where?
You can ask your
Isn't that what she's saying? Hold on.
Yeah.
104.
She's saying she gave the money to Sigfredo and then Sigfredo took it and then she went home.
It was
After everything she had done, Magdalena should have known exactly how much money she had been owed and would have checked to make sure Garcia gave her the correct amount.
a couple stacks, but it's like I didn't like not a specific number, and I'm not gonna say like 30.
Garcia didn't.
That's like you know what?
Say that again.
Garcia didn't shell out the money. Luis says that Katie
Yep.
shelled out the money.
I'm saying it's like that's a number that's
She's
like,
such a liar.
That's
yeah,
what Rivera said.
What's the
Yeah.
stacks of what? Stacks of what exactly?
stacks of like staple money.
But what were the bills? Do you remember the size of the bill?
How much? And what kind of bills?
Look at the look on her face.
They were like hundreds, and then maybe like hundreds and like 20, like you know 20s, like and
And they were staying.
$138,000 was not in 20s. It was all in
It would have
hundreds.
weighed way
I
too
was
much.
in my apartment.
So he came back to your apartment.
Yes.
So the next part of it gets a little.
Well, can I
Yeah.
just, I mean, like, I don't wanna like, because I just wanna get it out of my head so that you get, you know, obviously, I just know it was kinda like, and there's another thing that stick out, like, that Charlie was saying about like, oh, like, cleaning the money, or like actually, I guess, cleaning the money, because it was like, after like I got the money and I put it away in my closet. Like I said, like that's why I don't know the amount. I never counted it. I'm not there sitting and counting it, but it did like get moldy. Like it was like wet. Like it was like moisture.
See what
I
I'm
think
saying?
It was literally like washed. Because it was like I was like, hey, like this thing like looks like, and I'm thinking in my head, well, yeah. But like he said stuff like that, and I just I didn't think about like actually I didn't feel for it that it was wet or anything, but it started getting like moldy and stuff, and I was like, oh, the money that you gave me is like moldy. Like I think it was just wet. He was just like just drying it, just blow drying it, and I was like, okay. And then that was like the end of it.
So
not that
Charlie's the one that was talking about cleaning the money.
Yeah,
wasn't
like I said, Charlie makes these like comments and things that like I would be oblivious to and not really pay attention to until like after like I'm things that he's saying. Like you said, like I said, he's like he made sure that I knew that he didn't print that whatever it was in the envelope. Like he's like, oh, I wear gloves when I put it in. Like he's telling me things so that I guess like he wouldn't be blackmailed or whatever.
There's no way.
Did she just say blackmail?
Yeah.
Using me through the whole thing.
Didn't she just say
obviously,
blackmail?
Like
Yes, she did.
stuff
She
and
is so stupid.
So when Sigfredo paid you the money and he came back to your apartment and he gave it to you, did he tell you anything about what happened or how it happened?
he never told me anything.
So Sigfredo's just giving you a ton of cash and you didn't know, and it was because someone was in an accident.
Whole bump at that point.
Before that?
Something
People are such
I don't know
cowards.
if, like somebody passed away. I mean, like if he passed away or anything, or like that. Even that's where it gets blurry for me because I don't know when I found out that would have
You obviously knew before the bump because that happened a couple years later. 2 years later. So
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
at what
I
point?
just don't know.
Because you're working for Charlie. He's paying. You're supposedly cleaning the office, is what you said,
Mhm.
right?
So the differences between this proffer and the second proffer, and then also her testifying, was like nuts.
I don't even know how they could possibly think or even float this going out. Sorry.
This is a shit show.
Already on the news, think all that stuff's happening already.
I believe so. I think, yeah, like I think.
Do you know who told you or how you found out?
I don't know if it was Charlie that told me.
You don't know?
When Garcia gave you the money, did he tell you why?
Oh my god.
I just knew that
No.
he did something that he's getting paid for it. Like that's it.
She doesn't know what to say because
What happened or how he got it.
So you knew
I
that
mean,
was,
like I got it from me, but
you knew that that was your portion of what Charlie put in that.
I mean, Sigfredo just tends to give me, like he even like if he knows that I was like a stickler about like like hey, you have to help me out with the kids or whatever. Like that's why I even put him on child support because obviously he blew through whatever money he had. I don't know how much money he had. I know he got like he just gave.
how does she not know but Luis knows?
I don't know
Apparently
if that
that's
has
a
something to
problem.
do with his portion too, but I usually have.
Was there an understanding that you were gonna get a portion of it once they take care of this for helping?
Yeah, he was just gonna pay like not like this is your specific portion, but he's like
It was understanding you would get
me the
some.
money. Yeah.
Right, you didn't know
he
amount.
was- Yeah.
Okay, so there's an understanding that you were gonna get some money.
Maguana isn't being honest about her
So
payment. This isn't the
so
kind of action someone coordinates without knowing how much they will make for the risk.
No way.
so think about this, right? Like Charlie, because I do believe Charlie when he says that he gave her 138,000. Like, because I think that they count every penny. 138,000. 37 goes to Luis. 40 goes to Sigfredo. Katie ends up with $61,000 out of the 138. And why is Sigfredo giving out the money? Like this is not making fucking sense.
And they're letting her go through it. That's what bothers me about it.
Well, and my thing is like I don't know why they're not confronting her and being like, well,
That's what,
why is
yeah,
Sigfredo all of a sudden in charge and like who's the one pulling his strings
I don't like that.
if it's not you? Like if you're not the one pulling his strings, then who's pulling his strings? Because I believe it's Wendy, in a certain sense. But all of this money stuff, no, Katie was the one giving them the money.
And Lewis said it, and he had no
Yeah.
reason to lie about that. None.
He has no reason to lie about
He
it.
had no reason to lie about posting the owl. He had no reason to lie about, and he had no reason to lie about when he got on the phone because he didn't know, right? He's given a proffer. He didn't know. I heard her say, I know. It's done. He had no reason. He was given a proffer. He had no reason to lie about that statement. Sigfredo called her. She said, I already know. Right?
And Luis can actually hear her say it because they're right next to each other in the car in
It's a
that little tiny Prius. They're literally like, cheek to cheek
It's a
in the little
Prius.
tiny Prius.
And Sigfredo's a big guy.
Yeah, they can hear. I mean, Luis can hear what's happening, what's being said. And she did know. So
She
who
did know.
told you, Katie?
She did know. And so did Wendy.
I know.
They're taking.
Once this was completed from what Charlie was paying.
Well, for him to do this, like it was just it's so that I can have money. Yeah,
Right.
like
That's what I wanted to clear up.
Okay.
I just wanted to clear all that up because I know it's all processing in your head, you're going back and forth, so I want to make sure we have it clear as to what your understanding of it was at that moment. Because that's all we're caring about is your
My
perspective, your involvement,
Yeah.
what you saw and experienced during this thing.
What knowledge you have, it's not so much your involvement because no matter what you did, it's over with for you now. You don't have anything else to get in trouble for. I want you to understand that. I know you don't want the perception, and it's hard to admit that yes, I did this and it was wrong. It's hard to admit it, and I know that's a problem for you, and you don't want that out there. And this is probably a conversation where if your attorney was here, we would step out and he could have another conversation with you about this, because it's really important that you tell us everything that you know.
Yeah.
And, it's time now, because nothing worse is gonna happen to you. For anything that you know or that you say, nothing worse is gonna happen to you. Let me ask you this, where are your kids right now?
Go with my family.
You're staying with your brother still? Okay. Has anybody ever threatened you or promised you anything not to testify or not to cooperate in
No.
this?
No.
Nobody's ever,
Nobody's
you're
ever
under no
threatened me.
coercion whatsoever
Nothing.
of why you didn't want to cooperate early on or
I
anything
mean,
else?
and that's a whole nother ballgame of like, why I never even went for it.
Fogging.
What'd she
Even
say?
from the first day that I had
She
gotten
said that's a whole nother fogging of, I guess, meaning cloudiness in her head.
Oh,
Sigfredo got arrested. And I'm like, I blocked everything off. Everybody's like blowing up my phone trying to tell me like, what happened or whatever, and like that he was involved in all of this. It's like I just didn't want to hear anything about it. I didn't go on. You think I was there like Googling? Like I did not want to know. Like I know I had to take care of my kids and that's it. And I
You
just
read the probable cause with the attorney early on. So you knew what the facts were of what he was
would
arrested for.
Sigfredo.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, like I knew the facts from his probable cause. I went to go hire his attorney. So it's like his attorney started like advising me, like telling me like, hey, like
The probable cause affidavit,
attorney because
the probable cause affidavit was unsealed on June 2nd of 2016. Katie knew that she was being implicated at that point in time. Remember, it was sealed
yeah.
1
Mhm.
week before and then unsealed on June 2nd of 2016. Katie knew what they had on her. Well, this is, yeah, Katie is such a fogging, stupid head. That's what Blue River says.
Well, she's
But she
lying.
said, she goes, well, this is when the fogging of, like, that was ridiculous.
She's lying. I mean, it's just flat out lying. And they know it. I don't understand this.
Yeah, I don't know. Why haven't they asked her about the beach photo?
all this stuff or whatever just to protect myself. And that's when I had hired Tara. Well, I had somebody else and then I hired Tara after.
Okay, well, here's what, you ever heard the term minimization? Minimizing someone's role in something? A lot of people have a hard time admitting to what
Katie has a college degree. She knows what minimizing means.
minimize their role in it. And I don't want you to do that here.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's only gonna hurt you.
I know.
We have a strong case on Charlie. It's stronger than what we had on you.
Yeah.
This is not something that we have to have you or anything. We're hoping you're gonna tell us the truth, and we're hoping you're gonna come forward and tell us everything.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want you to minimize this because it's only gonna hurt yourself. Okay?
Yeah.
So I get
But that's why it's like, and I get it, and
because everything you're telling us is how you didn't know this, you weren't aware of this.
You already know. They know.
This should have been the last chance. Like, they're basically telling her this is your chance. They should have never given her another proffer
I was
or allowed her to
I'm
have
not
her.
gonna put blame on anybody else or whatever because I take accountable of like all of this and that's why I've been fighting. I'm fighting the whole time too is because it's like what am I supposed to do? Like if I was to have cooperated from the beginning, that destroys everything, even Sigfredo, even and I get it and I get you guys everybody's already had this whole perception. I honestly I just want a chance to get home to my children. This is why I'm in this situation right now.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to tell you right now is being totally honest is what can help you.
But
If you're holding back and trying to minimize your role in this, it's only gonna hurt you.
This is Pat.
I understand that, but
Say that again.
That was Pat Sanford. He's just basically laying it out, but she's not breaking. I don't even I feel like they should have just started confronting her with every single thing that she's lied about. I mean, they should have a list. I don't know if they're writing anything down. They should have just started confronting her with everything. and like making her cry. Why isn't she crying in this? She should be crying.
We don't need you, but we're doing this anyway. We have a strong enough case. We know what you're doing. Don't don't tell us you didn't know about the money. You knew exactly how much money you were getting. No one's going through this. I mean, everything about this is illogical. Of course she opened up the envelope. She knew exactly how much was in there. She knew it was moldy.
Not gonna be, but it's to the point too that I'm like, I wasn't for certain with a lot of things. And that's why I'm not gonna go.
I understand you're not certain what was gonna happen, you're not certain how they were gonna handle it or what the actual planning of any of it was, but it was a understanding, there was some kind of communication, some kind of conversation that happened, where it was an understanding to you that Charlie was gonna give you money and you were gonna have Sigfredo take care of Charlie's problem. That was a certain understanding,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
I understand that you don't remember the exact words of how it was said, but that was an absolute, right?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
knew that he was gonna pay you money
Yes, ma'am.
to give to Sigfredo to take care of the problem. You knew that you were gonna get a portion of that money for taking care of this problem for Charlie. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what we're getting. We understand you won't remember exact words and exact conversations, but the actual context, that's what the context means, so.
Hour and 15 minutes in, she's just now explaining it to her. Good Lord.
Is the actual conversation, the understanding of what is gonna occur and how you're gonna be compensated for taking care of that issue.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's what we need to get to is
How was she compensated?
Why are they being so nice to her?
Why? How was she compensated?
Where's the bad cop in this?
How was she
Shouldn't it-
compensated? Do we know
Well,
how
that-
she's compensated for this?
Yeah. Boobs.
No.
Oh. Compensated for
Listen to her.
this?
Yeah, listen to
Right.
her. Dinner.
Yes.
I understand that you don't remember the exact words of how it was said, but that was an absolute, right?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
knew that he was gonna pay you money
Okay.
to give to Sigfredo to take care of the problem. You knew that you were gonna get a portion of that money for taking care of this problem for Charlie. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what we're getting. We understand you won't remember exact words and exact conversations, but the actual context, that's what the context means, so.
Yeah.
Is the actual conversation, the understanding of what is gonna occur and how you're gonna be compensated for what taking care of that issue.
Compensated. I see.
Okay, so that's what we need to get to is those.
Why doesn't she? And I'm not law enforcement. I need to add it to my banner. Why doesn't she just keep saying? Why does she say the issue instead of the murder of Dan Markel? Why will they not say it?
I
we
don't
heard them
know.
say it at all?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like when I was like, hey, where's the bad cop? Because like usually there's a good cop, bad cop going on. Like you're supposed to like tag team. There's 3 people in here. Everyone's being too nice. I mean, I'm not like, I don't know. I've had to interview people, never murder. Well, actually, yeah, child murderers. I've interviewed them. But the point is that first off, Sherry Bennett is talking way too damn much. She is like seriously when when Sherry was just saying all of that stuff, like Katie's eyes like just like glossed over almost. Like she was like la la la. Like, okay, enough. Like start confronting her on what you know is a blatant lie. Like start say and then
Stop
shut
calling
up.
it an issue.
Yeah, and then shut up and then let the uncomfortable silence get Katie talking. I don't understand what's happening
Julia
here.
says it's to get more revealed. Cops trying to keep the language not violent, but that's not working.
But
That
we're 2 hour or we're an
Well,
hour and
Aaron,
15 minutes
It didn't
in.
work. It didn't
And is
work.
it well, isn't she supposed she's the one that's locked up for life. Like they don't need her ass. Like she's locked up for life. Shouldn't she be actually trying to help them?
But it's not like Rainy Day gets it too. It's not like Wendy where you're keeping her talking. Oh, it's so sad. You're so sad. You're crying through your nose and not your eyes. I don't think I'll ever get over that
Well, and
statement.
I
by Glenn
mean,
Thomas. But no, she's already convicted.
yeah, and like I mean just to reiterate, I mean when Isom's in the room with Wendy for 5 hours, he doesn't know shit. Right now in
They
2022,
already know.
these 3 know everything. Well, they
They know-
know a majority of stuff. They know her cash deposits. They know like why are they not like they're eek. I don't. Well,
Don't
I
even
don't.
say
Okay.
murder once.
Okay, and so I just have to say this. Maybe a proffer isn't supposed to go like that. Maybe you're not supposed to confront them during a proffer. But I thought this is kind of like an interview. I don't know. Like I'm maybe I'm wrong in regards to a proffer. You're not supposed to confront them. I don't know what's happening here. This is okay, so proffer number 2 is again useless. I mean, she got on the stand and said, Charlie paid me during Charlie's trial. I mean, what did she really do for Donna's trial? She didn't really know anything about Donna except for the fact that Donna made the money drop to
And
Charlie.
Judy brings it up even better on AA Legal Focus. She agreed that she was trash during Donna's. Trash. She was the weakest of all, even when she was testifying her own defense.
Well, in Luis, I mean, poor. Well, I say poor. I mean, prison is not easy. Okay, Luis is at least okay. He might be doing a little bit worse each trial because I do think he's having. I think prison's rough, but at least he's still maintaining the same damn story. Yeah, she should have to earn it with the truth. Thank you, Rainy Day.
Girl knows exactly what she's doing. There's no I don't believe she's had that many drugs. She doesn't look like Drina, right? There's no And even Drina told most of the truth, and she is an addict. And this,
Yeah.
no, I don't believe her brain is fried for 1 second. I'm sorry, I don't. I believe she cannot. Sanford brings it up. She is deflecting and cannot bring up or minimizing what she did instead of saying, hey, you already got life. This is about a murder. This is about a man with 2 kids.
And
What
they
is she
well,
going to do? Stop talking?
they should have like I mean, why they didn't have like the spreadsheets or at least a cheat sheet? Like, I mean, like I got some notes here just from, some stuff to say, well, how did you deposit $12,635 in the last 2 months of 2013 after Charlie asked you, do you know someone who can harm someone? And then how did you deposit $46,000? Like if you were not getting paid, then where in the heck is this money coming from? And we know you're not selling bottles at these
How just
clubs.
and she's
And
already
you can't
convicted.
sell well, yeah, and you can't and if you're slinging it, it's not worth that much. So we know that you're getting money from him. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen this in a really long time. I don't think I saw this. I think
When was
maybe,
her appeal done, though? When was her appeal done? Hold
well,
on.
she's newly
'Cause
convicted here, so she still had
right,
appeals, I
so
guess.
she is under oath. So she could have I'm trying to go. I'm not really giving her the benefit of the doubt, but
No,
she
go ahead.
was. They could have used her words. Could they have used her words against her in an appeal or not?
Well, she testified on the stand for 2
Yeah, I
trials.
know
So I
that.
think that she could
I know that, but I want you to say that. So, and you really give up all your rights when you testify for yourself. You not technically, but you do. It's so hard.
I mean, did she actually think that she had a chance at an appeal? Because
Wait,
remember,
wait,
she did
wait. Judy says no. Judy says no to what? No what? No, Judy. No what? She just said no. Can they use her words against her? Can they use this? Is she saying no? They can't use the words against her? I don't know what she's saying no to.
We'll find out in a minute.
Conversations, how the planning of it and how it came about, and then how once it was taken
Okay.
care of.
The detectives have called
She says they can't use it against her. The appeal just had to do with the errors alleged during the trial. Thank you.
McBona out on her attempts to deflect some of the responsibility. This means they aren't going to keep letting her get away with saying that she doesn't recall certain events or that she doesn't know most of the details.
how the compensation happened and how they knew to compensate at that point. And then
I mean, it was
everything
it
that
was
happened
basically like
afterwards.
an understanding
Okay.
verbalizing it. That's the part. It's like, okay, like that's gonna happen, and then like again, I just relay, but I can't tell you like specifically. Think it's designed for me to really not know, and that's the part. Don't you think if I would have known specifics and everything up from the day one, I would have been like, hey, you don't want to spend.
But you knew you
One
could
of
spend
our
money.
assumptions
I
was
know, but
always
I'm
that.
saying like, keep me happy.
We only got 45 minutes, so let's talk about the things you don't know. Let's try to talk about things that you know that we don't know, that like conversations you had with Charlie after the bump, things like that.
I'm going to correct Pat Sanford and how to ask that question.
Mhm.
'Cause I ask that question all the time. Is there anything that you know that I don't know that I'm supposed to know? Or I'll go in and ask a seller, is there anything that is there anything that anyone else has asked you that I should have asked you that you want me to ask? To get information. The reason I do that is to get the information if there's a competitive agent that I'm competing against that I don't even know I'm competing against. And often the seller will say, hey, yeah, there's this thing that I didn't think about.
Conversations you had over the phone that weren't recorded or through WhatsApp. Did he at some point
WhatsApp.
tell you to switch over to WhatsApp?
We've used WhatsApp every now and then, so it was never like to just talk to me
So
through
y'all been
WhatsApp.
doing it for a while.
Yeah.
What are some of those?
Did you ever talk to Wendy through WhatsApp?
This even after the bump? Some things that we don't.
This
know
isn't
about.
even about Wendy. They don't
Because
even
that's
touch
what
on
I'm
her.
saying. It's like it's not like all that stuff has been recorded, but I never thought we're not really thinking that it's like we're being recorded at that time. I guess he was thinking that he was being recorded.
Okay, so he was, but that conversation at Dolce Vita,
Yes.
what do you remember about that conversation?
Well, that's when so the bump happened, right? And then he had spoken to his mom.
Yes.
Obviously, his mom was freaking out about something, and that's why he needed to talk to me. So when he spoke to me about it, he's feeling me out, and I'm like trying to find out what's going on and stuff, but not really like taking. I honestly I wasn't taking it seriously. Like I wasn't like heightened by it. Like like it's a serious situation, but I was like at the same time I'm like moving on.
It was, but so when y'all first met,
it was almost like
right? He wasn't
was he
sure.
trying to snitch on.
You didn't know if you were setting him up and kind of saying. When y'all first met, y'all met in the car first. You remember that now?
Yeah.
Y'all first met in the car. What did he say in the car to you when you first sat down? He said, "All right, I just met with my mom." Blah. What did he say?
I don't like he didn't say nothing that's
He told you about the bump, right? He told you what happened.
Oh my God.
The very first time he told you about the bump. Because
Okay.
over the phone you couldn't talk about it.
Okay.
He didn't know. You met with his mom in person. He drove to your office. You came out Optimar. You got in his car. What was that? What did he tell you?
I
That's
don't
a
remember.
big
I
thing
know.
that he talked about.
She's lying.
Because they were watching them. They know.
Because I didn't even remember that time that we spoke in the car until
Magbana was the first person that was contacted after the hit. While certain details may have faded over time, she would at least remember the general content of that conversation.
after. Like I didn't even remember
He meant after the bump.
I just probably jumped in his car like really quick and then like, okay, where do you want to eat? Or where do you want to talk? And then
Well, he showed you the note, right? He showed
he
you
did
the note.
not show me. I swear he did not ever show me any note, anything. Because even in that video, like you see him, he's
Pulls it
going
out,
like this.
and he's reading
But
it to
he
you.
never, like he read it, but he never showed it to me.
Well,
He
he
made
probably read it
sure
to you. Did he read it to you? Did he pull it out of the car?
he got some information. Like he's like talking about it, but he's never. Because why wouldn't he just show it to me? Like it's like he
Well, he
kept
didn't trust
me.
you. He didn't trust you. He didn't know if you were trying to get more money out of it. He didn't know if it was you extorting him. I get that. But I'm just trying to get you, what did he tell you in that car? We weren't part of that conversation. We reported that.
Nothing that stuck out to me that
Nothing.
you know.
Do you remember?
Oh my God.
It literally felt like we just went. I went in his car. Like he's like, oh, probably like parked over here. Like where are we gonna eat?
Okay.
But no conversation about anything. And that's why it was like kind of funny too. That not funny, but like about like maybe he was like frisking to see if I was like wired or something. I'm like, none of that happened. Like literally, we didn't even like how long were we in the car? I don't even remember being in the car that long. It did nothing stuck out in that conversation.
Okay. Well, another conversation
Um,
we talked about a while ago when you drove down there to meet with him.
What?
Char- Donna had just been confronted on the street, and Charlie, with his motor mouth, isn't going to say anything inside of a car to her, but then goes to
Oh, I don't
Dolce
believe her
Vita.
for 1 second.
This is
But
nuts.
it's interesting that you pointed out that it is she thought it was Lewis.
And then she's like, I didn't really think a big deal. Like, that's, I mean, maybe she didn't for the first 5 minutes, but I think once Charlie was really trying to track her down and they needed to meet in person, and I think that that's when she realizes, because, like if you listen to the wiretaps, their first call, she's like, she doesn't, I don't know if she's taking it seriously yet, but they literally meet. And then that's what they're asking her about. When you get in that car with Charlie, and she's like, he's not saying that's not true. Charlie is going ballistic about this person meeting Donna on the street and giving him this note. And then she says, she's like, he doesn't show her the note he's reading out. They're sitting next to each other in the car. Like, I'm going to pull out a piece of paper and not show you, and we're sitting next to each other in the car.
Do you think he threatened her? You
Who,
know how
Charlie?
yeah, do you know how remember when he was so bizarre and weird, which when you think about it obviously. Um do you think he threatened her? Do you think he threatened her safety?
Well, I think that she was afraid because she didn't go up into the icon. Remember, they came down. She didn't want to go up into the apartment. She was scared. She
And
should have
now
been,
she's
because,
saying that they didn't even ask her.
yeah, well, I mean, she's lying. But the thing is, because like I've always said, she better be glad she was arrested because it was one boat ride out to Atlantic Ocean. Do you think Charlie was going to keep giving her money forever?
Mm. Either
Charlie was
that or
going to,
that Lewis would have taken care of it. I mean, honestly, like you brought up a very good point that I had not even remotely thought of. And that was Lewis was getting jealous. Like, why am I doing this? Why am I in the brink?
well, and another thing is that Lewis talks about in his proffer that, like Sigfredo's all fucked up after, well, Sigfredo was always kind of like coked up and drunk all the time.
Mhm.
But he's like, yeah, one day Lewis came around, or one day I was at my house and I was drinking. This is Lewis talking about himself. And Lewis was like getting messed up about what they had done. Cause he's like, I didn't really know that man. I'm not trying to soften Lewis. Okay. He's still a
No.
murderer, but still, but he's like, and then I guess Jessica like called Sigfredo and is like, you need to get your ass over here and straighten him out. He's freaking out. And then
I
Sigfredo
remember
goes
that now.
over. Yeah, Sigfredo goes over to Lewis's house, and then he basically tells him, like, get straight, get over it. Like, Sigfredo is acting like it's no big deal, and Lewis is all messed up in the head
But I
about it.
just don't think it's Sigfredo's first murder. That's me personally, but I just don't. I think he murdered before. But I wonder if Charlie threatened her in that car.
Maybe like, Katie, what the fuck are you behind that? I mean, maybe he
Yeah.
made all the kind of.
Because she is acting as if well, and I think she does. I think the worst thing that can happen to her, to be honest, is to get out of jail and get out of prison. Because if that happens, she's not under the protection of anybody.
Yeah.
And he was with his parents at the Icon, and you met him at the restaurant. What was that conversation about?
Okay, when I had met, because I was getting upset too, because I needed to get something signed from him for like insurance purposes or whatever.
She's like, I got to go about my business.
I was already in a fight with Fredo. That's why I was like in Yendra's house. Um, But I was telling him like, meet me somewhere closer. I didn't want to go drive all the way down to South Beach or you know.
Yeah, it's not
I was
convenient.
talking to his parents.
Yeah, she's got to get kid care for the kids.
You know what you said on the phone. What happened when you got there?
When I got there, okay, when I got there, he was already like, I was trying to look for him, and he had already finished his conversation with his parents. So whatever his conversation with his parents is probably something that he relied to me, but I can't remember what we spoke about. Probably the bump, probably.
I don't believe her.
I mean, that's the only thing that.
I mean, because that's what happened. You weren't talking on the phone anymore. Y'all were meeting in person at this point. So he would meet in person and talk to you about all this.
The bump already happened, right? So this is when he had spoken to me. So he's probably like just telling me.
Not that probably. Tell us what he told you about the bump. Not he's probably telling me, or you're assuming. Tell us what he told you about the bump.
That his mom got approached, and that's when the whole Lewis thing started sticking out in my
So
head.
tell us best you can recall about that conversation, how he told you that. So he told you his mom got approached. What else? Not the Lewis conversation. What was the Lewis conversation?
Okay, that his mom got approached, and that his mom said, somebody said my name to his mom. So he's, I don't even know. Like I'm.
Here's where it's.
I'm
confused what you remember and what you're trying.
Yeah, like what happened, like what occurred or whatever. Because it's like the
Not.
whole Dolce Vita. Like I was even confused when we were talking.
What were you confused about?
When he was like asking me questions, he's trying to ask me about like if this is somebody like I guess trying to set him up or trying to extort money from him. Okay, that's what like extorting money from him. And I'm thinking in my head because then Sigfredo thinks that Lewis has something to do with like to getting money out of his family, and that's why I think Sigfredo started to get a little like suspicious about it, and that's when I put two and two, and I was like, okay, so then Lewis has something to do with this too, because why is he acting like this? But Sigfredo's not telling me like what's going on. Kind of like I'm just gonna take care of it. I'm gonna take care of it, kid. Stop talking, like. And I'm trying, and at that point, I'm, you know, because I'm living with him and everything, I'm like nagging him. I'm like, what's going on? Like, like, what happened? And he's not telling me anything. And that's the part that I wanted to speak to Sigfredo about because.
No matter how many different ways they question her, Maguana still relies on faulty memory and insists that the others left her out of the loop on most of their actions.
I wanted to know. At this point, it's like, I want to know what happened because like why like just clear out this whole thing.
And that was a little bit later because you actually had that conversation with him over the phone after y'all were messing up the phone number. After Charlie left you, you never called Sigfredo. You went home that night and talked to him. Right?
Okay, wait, after Charlie.
So after Charlie came to your office and told you my mom got bumped into, this person came, gave my mom this paper, and this is all the different people it could be. It could be some extortionist, it could be all these other things.
Yeah,
I called Sigfredo and talked to him about it.
No.
Why didn't you call him?
We didn't even talk.
No.
On the phone. Sigfredo at that point didn't want to talk on the phone at all. Like he was already like suspicious about everything. He thinks that Lewis is like setting him up or something is happening or like that has to do with police. Like
Okay.
so at that point,
Lewis is ratting on it.
It's either that or it has to do with something with Lewis. He didn't tell me. That's when even when we got home, we didn't even like talk about it. Like it was like, don't worry about it. I'm gonna take care of it.
At this point, did you still not know Lewis was involved?
Well, at this point, I had an assumption, yeah, that he has something to do with it.
Oh my God.
Of course.
If Lewis wasn't part of the hit, then why are you afraid of him?
That's why it's like I'm looking back and it's like what like they're always together, but at the same time, it's like why would Sigfredo even need him to do anything when I went to you specifically? Like, why are you, like, why are you involving?
You never got a chance to ask him that.
No, and that's what I wanted to.
Such a liar.
All of that stuff, and for him to tell me because I know he'd open up and tell me. Like I know you guys think that we probably were like here trying to like have this elaborate plan or whatever, but I just really wanted to talk to him and like for him to finally say things because there's a lot of questions where I feel like I
It's
got
not so
stuck.
much that we didn't want you to have an elaborate plan. It's like Pat said a little while ago that you giving us information Garcia has, we can't use anything like We had to get it directly from Garcia.
And there's a lot of things that's only
And that's
Fredo
one
knows.
day
And
we
he
were
never
Say that
told he
again?
could talk to us as well.
They can't use
May I
information.
ask if that's even a possibility?
Very much so.
Because it's like at the end of the day, it's like of course, like I felt like, why didn't he just step up and say something?
I think he had a similar thought that you thought. You remember
But that's
about
why I
20 minutes
kept
ago when
fighting.
you
I don't
said
know
that if I had come forward, it would have screwed everything up for him. I think he has a very similar thought that he would do the same for you.
Protecting you,
everything
maybe.
for you.
Only thing we can think. But
So, and that's when in reality we're both.
True Crime Wifey, can you answer this? Didn't Katie say Charlie was walking around with the house with a gun? I do believe that. And Katie
Yeah.
said Donna was taking a lot of drugs.
I think June said that. I think June said that Donna was taking
Yeah, because remember, Charlie
medications.
was kind of violent with June.
Yeah, he wasn't good to her at all.
So if that's the case, that's what makes me think, and I think I crisscross applesauced it, but that when they were in the car after the bump, that he went off on her. I bet he did.
He
And
might
she's not
have,
gonna say it.
because the night that she went to his house, like the money drop night to get paid, he answered the door all frantic with a gun in his hand. And the reason why, and that is the reason why I think that when, like, the only thing that Wendy says in her interview that is truthful, when she says I'm scared to death, or like I was so like she's fearful, I believe that's true because she knows that Luis and Sigfredo knows who she is and she's
Mhm.
a part of it and she is afraid of them. And
She's
she has contacted Charlie saying they've seen me, and then Charlie's all frantic. Like cuz the like the Adelsons are so stupid, but I think Grish said like they're not criminally like
savvy.
savvy. Yeah, but they're dealing with these gangsters. A real one, a wannabe one, and then a wannabe female gangsta. Like they're dealing with real rough people. Like Charlie and Donna and all, like they don't know what the fuck they've done in regards to who they
Right.
have hired. Yeah. Sorry, I'm I'm getting
No, she
tired.
definitely received the most money. It makes
Yeah.
perfect sense that Lewis was like, I'm going to go turn state's evidence on you now. Save me. And then I bet Charlie threatened her. And I bet that's her bigger problem. Cuz Lewis will protect Sigfredo to the death as much as he can. Like not he obviously said he was the shooter. It obviously was proven he's the shooter. But even in his proffer, that's my bro. Like I love him. I don't know why we just couldn't rob him, right? But he still loves him. He don't love Katie, but Charlie will kill her. Harvey will kill her.
Well, yeah, like when and I
With
think I've
Harvey
said
got
this.
to lose. She gets out, she's screwed. She's
Well, yeah,
screwed.
and I think I've said this to you before is that Luis says Katie is Sigfredo's weakness, but I think that Sigfredo is Luis's weakness.
I
And what I
agree
mean by
too.
that is that Lewis is involved in all of this because of Sigfredo. It's because he didn't want him to do it alone.
Yep.
He didn't he I think when they were young growing up, I think that Lewis relied on Sigfredo a lot, like
Mhm.
for reading, writing, like understanding certain things. I think that there's like a brotherhood, like he wasn't even an LK, but they were brothers. Like
So again, from my chat and my phone, someone says Katie knew all about the bump. Charlie was calling her frantically to call the number, and then she was calling Sigfredo.
Well, yeah, and both Sigfredo and Katie are like, yeah, we've called the number, but like,
Yeah, back and forth, but no one ever called the number.
yeah.
But
And
at what
then
point do you think Katie realized this isn't Lewis?
I don't know. Maybe when the letter came. I don't even know if they're going to end up asking her. Like when the cuz the bump was kind of a series of bumps, right? It's the bump in the street and then they sent a text and then they sent a
Yeah.
letter to their apartment.
Yeah, they did. It was a funny one.
Because I think at that point, Katie might have been like, no, like LKs aren't going to do that. They're not going to send a letter in the mail.
Florida court reporter says, I realize it's not accepted, but always thought Sigfredo didn't have his wits to pull it off. Luis Rivera would need the deal, plus his investigators top notch in her field. Yeah, he needed a deal, and he was smart enough. He was savvy enough to ask for a deal because it wasn't Luis Rivera's first time in a prison like that. And Rico is a big deal.
Yeah, he was already locked up too.
But the whole, I'm really curious. Like, yes, some of us, I don't necessarily believe that because Katie's brother, who owns a Taekwondo, drives a Lamborghini. I mean, they have a lot of money. Then you have Francis, whose ex-wife may or may not have embezzled to help her. Who knows? But yeah, Charlie. I bet Charlie was coked up or whatever he was and freaked out on her in that car.
Hey, you know where Samantha Che Magbanua is located at, right?
I don't know where she is now.
She's in the Gadsden Women's Prison.
Oh no, in the private one. No, I didn't know. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
But the one brother, her brother Eric, it's Erik, that AA Legal Focus brings up. I was looking him up. The wife is beautiful, and they own like Parks Taekwondo or something like that. Yeah, they're very well off, very very well off. Now that brother, according to AA Legal Focus, has not visited her, but that doesn't mean they ain't paying her or helping to pay for her.
Well, and Francis
And he's the one who has the kids. I think Eric's the one who has the kids, not Francis. But I don't believe that. I don't believe that the Adelsons are paying to keep her kids safe. I don't believe that. I believe there's family money. Francis had money. Eric had money. She's the trash sister.
Yeah. And Samantha embezzled $1.2 million from the accounting firm that she worked at. And then she gave $600K to like some sort of like witchy lady.
Yeah. But she's not swinging in the wind. I think the family has money and they obviously take care of the kids. I don't think it's the Adelsons who have paid for those kids. I never have thought that. Now, paid for her original attorney, Hankinson said it wasn't the Adelsons. We'll never know. But I think Charlie, when you hear her even talk about that day with the bump, look at the look on her face. She looks worse at that moment than she looks at any other moment. She's talking about the bump. And I do think, like you said, she was afraid to go up into the icon. Who knows what they would have done? I don't know.
You were only protecting one person right now, and that was, well, at this point, that's changed. But Charlie was the only one.
Oh, he was the last person that we were protecting. Believe me, it's just okay. Like that's why I didn't understand why it took so long to like arrest him either. I was like, with all of this information and all, like it would.
If you would have talked to us, we would have been arrested.
Even Katie's like, why did it take so long to arrest him?
It never came out that way where it's like, oh, like she.
Knock on your door, knock on your door. Why are you so scared of the FBI? Why are you so scared?
Nobody ever said who they were. Like I looked out the window and you guys did not say
who
who
the
you were.
badges on. You said on the phone those are police. The police are
I never said it. It was his friend that came around the block and he told me that the FBI was in there. You guys, I swear, you guys never announced
knew
it.
the FBI was talking to Sigfredo at the
Didn't
time,
you
too.
guys have a conversation on the phone? Didn't you guys hear my conversation on the phone with Sigfredo? If I would have, yes. Yeah.
You know,
And then-
Mike
and
already
then
told
he
you
had
the
told
FBI was
me-
talking to him.
The FBI was talking to him. And then
Yeah.
even on the phone, he's like talking about like, oh, these people are talking to me about like Tallahassee or whatever.
And then we went to
And
your lawyer. We went to the.
No, she thought she could get away with it.
We wanted you to talk to us. You never would talk to us.
I was more than willing to talk, but just the way that every single time that it happened, it
But we
wasn't-
didn't like how you asked me the question.
And her attorneys maybe told her not to.
You guys never announced to me. I did not know until Mike told me that I had asked him, and you guys were already over there. You guys came at the same time. So I'm trying to blow up his phone, trying to see like who is it that's like knocking, and you guys never announced it. My dog is like
Every
barking
time
in the
you
back.
call, somebody knocks on your door, you call somebody to find out who it is. Call
No,
somebody
it's just
else.
the way that
Go
you guys
ask who
like.
it is. They just knocked on the door. We was trying to talk to you. Anyway, that's it.
They do not get Social Security for the parents. When the kids are in prison, when the parents are in prison, they don't get it.
They have they get SSI for disabilities.
We don't have but a little bit more time. Is there anything that you can think of that conversation-wise that you had with Charlie or anybody else regarding this that we don't know about? That you can
See, he asked it again.
Because right now you haven't told us a whole lot of what we haven't done.
But that was always my problem, because if I had all the answers,
It
would have
is
been
your
so
problem.
much easier to just go by and.
I'm not even asking for all the answers. I'm not asking for any answer. Any
If you were and you watched all the trials and you saw what we got right and what we got wrong, is there something we are missing that you think we need to know?
Oh God.
I don't even know where to go from there. Like something.
I don't.
I'm saying wrong. I would gear towards
Oh, okay.
Charlie's issues, not your
What'd
own.
she say? I don't want to go there.
Oh my God.
What did she just say?
Rewind.
Anyway, that's irrelevant at this point, but bottom line, all right, we don't have but a little bit more time. Is there anything that you can think of that conversation-wise that you had with Charlie or anybody else regarding this that we don't know about, that you can help yourself out with by telling us about? Because right now you haven't told us a whole lot of what we haven't done.
But that was always my problem, because if I had all the answers, it would have been so much easier to just go by and.
I'm not even asking for all the answers. I'm not asking for any answer, any information.
If you were sitting in our shoes and you watched all the trials and you saw what we got right and what we got wrong, is there something we are missing that you think we need to know?
I don't even know where to go from there. Like something that.
Did we get something wrong?
I would gear towards
Oh, okay.
Charlie's issues, not your own. I mean, I know where you differentiate.
Because there was a
from us.
lot of confusion. Like I alone was confused, and like how everything came about. It's like, okay, yeah, everybody was lying to each other. So there's all that confusion already.
This may be the most honest statement Magwana has made so far. Each
Magwana.
person was willing to sacrifice the other to save themselves, and the level of distrust was high enough for all of them to lie to each other. After so many years, sorting them all out would be next to impossible.
At that time, I can't think of why I acted the way I did, how I, even prior to even giving in and doing this for Charlie. I can't explain to you.
You were greedy. You wanted money.
That's what I'm saying. Like he manipulated, and this is like through time of him telling me things little by little, and then we just gave him like, yeah, whatever. Like I had somebody, and obviously I threw it off on Sigfredo. But when I'm talking to Sigfredo about it, it's never any details. So it's like I was kind of always just like, okay, like I just ping ponged it from one person to another. So it's not like. For certain, like I'm there, like, I'm coming up with like a master plan of like what's gonna happen and this is how it's gonna happen. It's just Charlie feeding me things that I can't even, for the life of me, remember specific, like what it is that he exactly said or, wanted me to do.
What's something that we missed, something we don't know about how this all came together after the bump, after your meetings with Charlie, obviously we have the things that are on the phone calls that you've heard, everybody's heard hundreds of times in this, everybody in this room, I could say, has probably heard them hundreds of times. Obviously we know that. Outside of that, you guys had outside conversations. Obviously you were sweating it, you got police, FBI knocking on your doors. You have people getting arrested now, your child's father is now arrested and charged with this. I know conversations happen. You guys said, okay, let's not talk on phones anymore. So conversations happen. You guys met in person, had conversations. What were those conversations like?
With Sigfredo?
Or both?
Oh God.
Sigfredo and with Charlie.
But really, everything was kind of like on the phone too, like not just separate, because obviously we were still talking on the phone. I wasn't under the impression, Charlie's always been the one who's been paranoid about it. Charlie and Sigfredo was paranoid about it. Apparently I'm the only one who was like okay with talking on the phone because I wasn't really hiding anything. Like, yeah, like I knew about it, but I wasn't like saying, like.
I'm talking about after the phone. Charlie calls you, tells you don't talk on your phones, our phones are tapped. You guys get off the phone. Sigfredo goes out and buys you and him burner phones. Okay? When that happens, you and Charlie have other conversations where you meet in person. Y'all have other conversations through WhatsApp. What are those conversations like?
With the WhatsApp, it's just where we're gonna like meet up.
That was your location to meet up. Okay,
Yeah.
when you met up, what were those conversations like?
Okay, what was the icon? That was a conversation about like the whole bump.
Okay.
And then that's what I told you, like I had seen his parents, but it wasn't to meet his parents. But I'm just, like, I've never, like, even spoken to his mom or anything about any of this. Obviously, my opinions on what everything now is different. And yeah, like, she, like, knew everything. Or, like, him and Charlie were always talking about it. Because why else would you always walk away? But if you're going to involve me in this, then why was he always walking away? Because he was, like, protecting his mom.
Right.
The whole time.
Absolutely. But what was his conversations like with you about that? Okay, we talked about the bump. He told you your approach. Y'all had other conversations, okay? They approached the bump. You tried to call the phone number and you couldn't get through. I'm sure you went back and had that conversation with Charlie. What were those conversations like?
It was all on the phone. I mean, it was
No,
all
there was
on the recording.
Oh my God.
After those phone calls, he specifically calls you, tells you, we cannot talk on the phones. Hang up your phone. We can't talk on the phone or our phones are tapped. You guys stopped talking and communicating on the phone at that point.
And never spoke on the phone again after.
You talk WhatsApp.
Through WhatsApp you did.
WhatsApp.
And you said through WhatsApp it's only
Oh,
locations to meet up. So we know y'all met up. We know
Yeah.
there was other conversations because there was
He
y'all
never
weren't
said.
arrested right away.
Yeah, but he never said anything on WhatsApp either. Like no specifics.
What
or,
about
like,
your
conversations.
in-person conversations? You met him in person. What kind of conversations did you have in person with him? After that, after you stopped talking on the phone, now you're probably freaking out. Shit's hitting the fan.
Yeah.
People are being arrested. FBI's knocking on your door. This ain't flying under the radar. It's 2 years later. You thought you got away with it. Now you didn't. Now you're sweating. What are those conversations like?
I can't remember what.
You can't remember any
Oh my God.
that we don't already know about that. It's already been in trial.
Are you okay?
Yeah, no, I can't remember.
Yeah. I just can't believe this because, like, hello, like the bump happened, what, April 19th, 2016.
Yep.
Her and Charlie were definitely having conversations at least up until Sigfredo's arrested on May 25th. That's like a month and a week.
Remember any.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
And then she's not even arrested until October. So she doesn't remember, and like in WhatsApp is only where we're going to meet up. Well, why are you meeting up? You're meeting up to discuss what's going on. You don't remember anything?
Patty, did you drink a cup of coffee? Yeah, 20 ounces in the afternoon. Blueberry cobbler from Wawa was delicious, by the way.
Does that have caffeine in it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I'm in so much trouble when I get home.
oh my God, we've been on forever.
Yeah, I feel like that Lauren, what was her name? Lauren chick? What was her name that stayed up for 7 hours whining about people?
No, it was 9.
I'm,
Matthias.
yeah, her. I don't even know who she is. So
Yeah.
ridiculous. No, I have an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, Lord.
Conversations that are going to help you because What you're giving us is stuff we already know,
Yeah.
stuff that we're already aware of, stuff that we already have.
There's something in those conversations that Magwana is trying to hide. There's enough evidence against her that there is little chance that anything she reveals could cause more harm to her case.
Stuff that we already have a really good case.
Yeah.
You're wanting help. Those are the conversations you need to remember. The things that we don't know, the things that we did not get on recordings, the things that we were not a part of, the things that we did not have any kind of information about. Those are the things that you need to remember.
Those are the conversations I can't even remember right now. Like, I don't.
But you've had years to think about this stuff.
I
This isn't
mean,
like
because
today,
that's-
this isn't like we're coming up with new questions today. You've been thinking about this case for years while you're sitting in jail.
But that's the thing. I don't think about this case like sitting in the jail. Yeah, like there's.
You don't think
What?
about this policy your children for the rest of their lives? You
How
don't
on
think
earth
about this
do
case
you
is what-
not sit there with a sociopath and
Yeah.
say, this man is murdered because of the situation, the issue, the accident, everything that we did and took money for, and I went to buy a car. I got half a boob. And you don't sit there and think about what you've done?
She might have actually, that might be the first time
they
she told the truth here.
Let
that
her
she
out.
actually,
Mm.
yeah, she doesn't think about it. She's cold. She is, yeah, sociopath something.
Dude, they cannot let her
You know,
out.
if you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, you're gonna have a real
Believe me, I don't.
She got Harvey's car, but she got another car. Didn't she buy another car?
Yeah, a white
The yellow-
Mitsubishi.
A white meets. Yeah, she bought another vehicle. It wasn't just that one.
Yeah, they're called the Eclipse Sports.
conversation with yourself and your attorney something, because you're not there. These are conversations where an attorney usually asks us to leave the room so they can talk to you and say, look, you've got to come straight forward. You can't have partial truth and have partial deflecting the blame on everybody else. I didn't really know, but I should have. There are things there that you knew. I'm not saying you know everything, but there's things in there that you knew, and what you're telling us just doesn't make sense. It just
It doesn't make sense. It's like
all of it.
The fact that you don't remember any conversation about probably one of the most stressful times of your life.
That's why it's
Okay.
I can't.
No. You remember those conversations. Those conversations are things that stick in your head. Those are the times you can suppress. You can suppress things as it goes on and you're trying to focus on your trial. You know, you're only giving us what we already know. You're only giving us the things that we already knew happened. You're not giving us anything else. And those are the conversations that you know, because that's the most stressful time of your life. You're going around, your baby daddy's just been arrested for this murder that you helped facilitate. That did not
Finally.
happen without you. Okay, so you know those conversations. Those are the ones that you need to sit back and think about and try to remember, because those are the ones that we don't know. Those are the ones that are going to help you.
And I understand you don't want to take the blame for this, but
It's
you
not
have
about
taken the
blaming.
blame. You have taken it. You're here. You're not getting out. This is the blame for you. Doesn't matter if you turn around and say, yes, I knew about it the whole time, or, oh, I didn't really know what was happening. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is what you heard, what you said, what you did with these people. That's what's relevant. That's all that's relevant. Is what actually happened.
Can you imagine all the work that Pat Stanford did driving down to Miami, not even knowing that twat was going to be arrested or not that night? And they let this bimbo out.
They're not. She's not getting out. There's
She's not getting
fucking
out.
way.
And he said it. He said, you're not getting out.
And I completely understand that this is the part that it's like I can't.
But you were worried about it being on camera a while ago. You got to wipe that out of your head.
I've already.
People already know you're on camera. You're on camera. You're on camera in all this. That's irrelevant. What you need to focus on is
In short order, she's on a dating prison site.
remembering what happened and telling us what happened. That's the most important thing for you right now. Because without that, you're here.
There's nothing.
Yeah, those conversations are the ones that you need to try to remember.
But that's why even from
There's nothing.
like we just don't you think I would have just wanted to cooperate?
Night, John.
Because you guys-
Thanks, John.
I don't know why you didn't. We gave you many opportunities, and the whole thing, if you didn't know who was at the door, whatever, we tried, Katie, and you didn't come forward. I don't know why you didn't. You must have your own reasons. That's why I'm asking you if you've been threatened. If you've been threatened, we can protect you. if somebody's threatening you or threatening your family,
I
we
mean,
can
now
protect
I'm
your
kind of
family.
worried about this whole thing after the trial about the whole Latin King or whatever, but apparently that has nothing to do with me.
No,
It's
I don't
Lewis
know where
is
this
the one
Latin,
that-
yeah, Latin King has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about why you didn't cooperate to start with. Why you have failed to cooperate.
It's plus 60.
If there's something keeping you from doing it, please let us know. We can help with that.
Is it just you don't remember the conversation?
A lot of the things, yes, I don't remember. That's why it's like, and there was never conversations that stuck out, because if something was to stick out, that's why right now I know it gets frustrating, and I see it, and I'm seeing it on your side. It's like, if I was talking to somebody too, like, just say it. And I've always wanted to be that, I wanna be the one who says it, but if I'm not certain about it, we couldn't have even spoken on the phone to begin with, if I was just gonna go off and just talk on the side anyways.
Right.
Oh my God.
It's the conversations after you guys get off the phone. The things that
Yeah, and there's nothing that sticks out.
I still think she doesn't have brain cells.
That day, remember that?
Yes.
That's the icon of it. You didn't
Yes.
talk about the bump, because the bump happened almost 2 weeks before that. The bump actually, he told you about the bump in the car and actually work, outside your work, and told you.
Yes.
When he called you back down the icon, it was because of a different bump. Do you remember any of those other bumps that happened? Because that's when you're on the phone cussing out, saying, I'm gonna fuck up whoever's doing this, blah,
Because
blah,
he
blah,
was just
all this other
constantly
stuff.
talking about, oh, because he's thinking that he's getting blackmailed. And I'm here thinking that Lewis is blackmailing Secreto. So that's the whole frustration. And like, I'm here trying to ask Secreto things. He's not telling me things. And I'm here trying to figure out things to relate back to her. And he keeps on and on about the same thing. So I was the one who was frustrated. That's the point, that it's like I said all of that, because it's like, you're making all of this, like you're listening to us and all this stuff. And I'm like, okay, then I'm going to call the FBI. But then it's like, what was I going to do to call the FBI and what? Tell them what I'm telling you guys right now. At the end of the day, this is my life. Believe me, I want to get home to my children. I don't want to bullshit anything. I don't want to go through all of this. I don't want to waste your time. That's the last thing. I am in prison right now. I would
Yes.
never think that I'd be in prison.
So tell us about, like, when he
How
called you
on
down,
earth
what did he tell you about?
Would you
Oh
think
my God.
you wouldn't be in prison when you
Yeah.
had a man murdered?
Maybe you shouldn't have helped orchestrate a murder, Katie.
Not to my
There
head.
was a bump. He
What
didn't
bump?
tell you about other bumps, a letter, a text message, a call to the office, those other bumps. That's when he called you down in the icon.
But he
talking
already
about
said
that.
that over the phone.
No,
Well-
he just told you to come meet him.
Oh my God.
That's out. It's not on the phone calls.
I'm getting ready to shut down my office, so I had to go turn the air conditioner up and stuff. So that's where I went.
That's what I'm trying to get you to.
Because he already said.
Thank you, Karen.
But we were on a phone call already regarding that. There was okay, so his mom got that bump, and then the following thing was,
Considering the stress they were under, they weren't meeting for a friendly conversation. Panicked accusations, getting their story straight, and promises not to reveal anything that might incriminate the others would all be more believable alternatives to Magwana's current version of events. I just wanted to let you know real quick that my merch shop, strangerlabel.com, has a
Oh my
ton
God,
of
this guy.
designs that you can purchase.
I've never heard of him before.
No, this AI, but aren't you on Law and Crime
Yeah,
Trials? Yeah. Like the
I don't
way
know
he
why they're.
says
I don't know.
Catherine McBanawa is hilarious.
Magwana, like iguana.
Magwana?
That's how he says it.
Yeah. This well, I enjoyed that because I have not seen that in a couple of years.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the other one, the one where she's at the state attorney's office where she's talking about wanting to be a bird.
Oh, I don't remember her saying that.
Yeah, where like she sees a bird out the window and she's talking to the correctional officer who's there like guarding her. And she's
No, I
talking
didn't know.
about being free.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't pay attention.
terrible.
Dude. Well, thank you
I
so
mean-
much, True Crime Wife. I mean, you added so much to this nonsense. I mean, your brain is fully incredible, like incredible with this case. Really is. I mean, you
I-
remember shit I'll never remember.
I had a big Diet Coke earlier.
Yeah, but your brain, you're remembering things.
Oh
is what
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying.
I have that I forgot
But
what
you have
it's
your
called.
notes too. You have your timeline.
Oh yeah, I just looked at that for a little bit. Yeah, but yeah, I kind of remember. I just remember a lot of details and stuff.
Good for you. Well, thank you, Blue River. Thank you, Armand Fence.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Everybody, I'm going to leave my office at 1 o'clock in the morning. Won't be the first time. But
Hey, Patty, be careful and text me when you get home.
you know what I did that was really smart? So we were having a
Pack the
bunch
heat.
of homeless people. No. There's a reason why I don't have a gun. But there's one in the office, but you
Oh,
know what I'm
that's
saying?
right.
That we do have a weapon in the office, but um so homeless people were walking through our lot like all hours of the day and night. Apparently they were using the exterior outlets to charge their phones. So we
Oh,
got a new property manager, Talcor, and they put locks on them. They put a cover with a padlock. So now they're not doing it. But before that, so people steal my parking space, they do all sorts of stuff. So someone hit our storage trailer out front and then just took off. The day the property manager, one of the maintenance guy was there, and the maintenance guy didn't think to tell me, right? Lumber Liquidators tells me. So I changed our security settings to play a beep. So when anyone gets within like 5 feet of my front door, it goes beep, 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 beep. So I know if someone's walking past my door.
oh, good.
No, it's brilliant when you think about it because I'm leaving here late at night, but there's no one really walking through. Like someone might come dumpster dive, but I haven't heard the beat. You would have heard it too. It's real loud. It comes from the cameras. It's vectors. And so no. I mean, I feel a lot more confident when I walk here that no one's hiding. And I parked my car in such a way that my car is right side driving. So I have a really old Toyota and the steering wheel's on the right side instead of the left side. But I park it so that the door is real close to the door when I leave here.
Yeah,
That loud
beeline.
noise makes me feel a lot more confident that someone's just not walking around the corner at me. So
Oh,
I
good.
badmouth the world. But I do believe Katie was threatened, and now I believe it's by Charlie. I do. And I believe it was by Charlie, but I also believe Lewis will take care of her if she gets out. 100%.
Well, and yeah, I mean, and definitely like when you listen to the wiretaps after the bump, and like the more and
You gotta
more
do
like
that again.
Katie's on
You
the
gotta do that
phone,
again.
yeah, the more and more she's on the phone, you can tell she's getting like she's literally losing her mind because I think that she doesn't know where it's coming from. Like she's like
An
there's just
idiot.
pressure everywhere. And even she says so in here. She's like, I just needed to get a paper signed for insurance. It's like it's like she's like, business as usual, la la la. While
Oh yeah,
I'm,
I don't think about the fact that we murdered a father with 2 kids.
I gotta go get
And
some kid care. Kid care,
yeah, what I care about is my kids' insurance. That's what I care
yeah.
about. Absolute psychopath.
Well, that
So
was fun.
so Judy's not on here anymore because it's 1 o'clock in the morning. She has a real job. But I am gonna ask. So I did research on who was Katie's list. So one of them, Jameson, that she mentions was you would know this, was the pastor that's up here. Remember the pastor went to go see Charlie or Donna or someone too?
Yes.
Remember that? Rich, I think it was Rich Jameson. I'm not sure. But I have notes. I wrote notes
So
for the
he's
people.
visiting her in Ocala?
Yeah, he has visited her in Ocala, according to Judy.
Okay.
Eric is on the list. So I asked my son, so when it says info, it just means they submitted information, but they haven't been to visit.
Oh, okay.
So it's just like we were talking about. Debbie Martin was saying, hey, I might go try to see Donna. Well, you have to submit your information, but that doesn't mean that inmate approves for you to go.
Oh,
So then there
okay.
was a guy named Arnold. I looked them up too, but I wanted to I'm going to email Judy and say, if you want to send me the list, I'll research everybody. But there were a couple guys that I think they're just men who like Asians.
Oh, okay.
They probably came to her through the dating thing, is my guess, because they have no ties. There were a couple people near Reston, Virginia, I think was one. And yeah. I think they just like Asian.
And they're visiting her.
No, they submitted information. They have
Oh,
not
okay.
visited.
Yeah, so they're probably putting money on her books.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But Taraquasco's, like we know that.
Yeah.
But there was a girl, California, her niece has visited her, so or wanted to, or sent information. I don't know. Charlie was a patron of trafficked girls. Yeah, I think there's a lot of those, but I agree. And I agree. And I think it's ridiculous that Wendy supported, that and just laughed and ha-ha'd it away. I think it's ridiculous. But thank you all for sticking with this. I mean, it's a good 190 the whole time. That's pretty incredible for 4 hours. My husband's gonna kill me. I mean, I'm in so much trouble. But thank you all for your super chats and just being with us and your likes and subscribes. And we really appreciate it. But we'll have to do this again soon because this girl's got the brain. If you're not on True Crime Wifey, like she knows the dates, the time, she's got the notes, the timeline. And aren't you going to do something on around Dan's anniversary?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to do the full case timeline, like start from the beginning, go all the way through it.
Oh, you're missing Shadrick Noble's testimony and his girlfriend. Smells fishy, and I'm not talking about Wendy's tilapia. Yeah, I mean, I think she's scared there, which is why she's not telling people. I do believe she's scared. She looks petrified to be there, but who's she scared of? Who is she afraid of? Who do you think she's afraid of?
Oh, I think that she's afraid of Luis. I mean, I also think that she's afraid of the Adelsons when she doesn't.
Yeah,
go
in
up into the
2022, she had to
icon.
be afraid of the Adelson.
Yeah.
Do you think she talked to any of her friends or no, obviously not Yindra? Well, maybe some of Yindra, and Yindra's just not telling. But that she was afraid of them. Do you think she told anybody that she was afraid?
I don't think so, but I do know that Yindra was still in contact with her. Like I don't know if recently, but up until the last time.
She has said so on camera that she was.
Yeah.
But do you think she told any of her friends that she was scared of the Adelsons or scared of Lewis or scared of anybody?
Maybe not. Because I think that her friends were like other than Yindra were basically involved in that lifestyle.
So you can't really do that.
Yeah, and I don't think that she would have told people that she was working with, like at the dental office, like regular coworkers, hygienists and things like that. Like I don't think that she would have told them because then that would implicate her. You know what I mean? Like I mean, I think that she's.
But
just
it's hard when you're that scared. Like, we'll just talk my own personal life. When stuff happens to me, like with Chris or something, my face bleeds it. Like I can't.
You don't have.
I don't have that. Do you think? I don't think she does though either. I think you can look at her face in this proffer, and she looks petrified.
Yeah, I mean, and if someone asks her what's wrong, like a coworker or something, she would have just been like, "Oh, I'm just stressed," or, like she probably would have just brushed it off. I don't think she really had anybody to confide in except for probably Yindra
or Sigfredo.
Yeah. But according to her and Sigfredo never discussed anything.
I don't believe that for 1 second.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Really believe that?
No. No, not after they got back together. After, she finally.
Yeah, of course.
After the hit, what was it like?
He became more of an. He started doing more and more drugs though, because Lewis had to fire him. Oh, my hair is a mess. I don't know.
Well, he was
somebody, but she ain't getting out. Not unless
she's not
she really
getting out.
up.
No, I don't think
Wesley
so.
says he's off in more than ways than one. Well, good night, everyone. Thank you again.
Good
Enjoy your
night.
summer tomorrow, Tuesday. Wish me luck. I have an interview on, not an interview, but like a handling social media for somebody tomorrow at 10. So a little bit of an interview. I have a whole plan. I have this whole
Oh.
binder of all this social media, how to handle it.
Okay, well, go home and get some rest.
I will. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
All right, bye.